This thing turned all the way up. Don't forget to get all of my books, all my lecture DVDs right now at Amazon.com. The Art of Mac and the Art of Gold Digging, all that good stuff. The Elite Way, all my best-selling books, all my best-selling lecture DVDs. You can get all of them. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at Tariq Nasheed. Stay up on top of that game. And don't forget to get the new brand new designer t-shirts at TariqElite.com. Ladies and gentlemen, but right now we're about to turn up and get the grooves popping right here on Tariq Elite Radio. Get it!
useless all night. Mama told me how's love, womaness, probably be strong. Let me hold you, you know I'm a soldier. I go hard, baby, yes. She love this gangster, this special when I mean it. Sexy girl, put your hands up. I love you, cause you're so sexy. I'm a doctor, lover, turn your back over. Oh, 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 oh. Slow down the booty, oh, oh. Slow down the booty, oh. The honey's cause the flower, the work per hour. I'm on floor, for the low. Yeah, time in your life when you're next to me. That's the only ways they can stop me. Nothing is real but love. I'm the ones makes you believe in your heart. You fall in love. You can call your mama right now. Tell her you made it plus. I do a lady on freeways. Catch me if you care. Oh, 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 oh. Slow down the booty. Oh, oh, slow down the booty. Oh, I gotta go. Tripping. 5-0, where's me? The honey's cause the power, the work for hour. I'm on 4 for the low. You have time in your life when you neck. I'm in love, doctor. I'm shelter from your harm. Don't be alarmed. Lie, feel the beam. My own clothes, baby. She needs.
Yo, what's up? What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? I hope y'all enjoyed those new hot sounds that I was bumping. I hope y'all enjoyed that. I'll get my shirt together. Just threw on my other shirt. I ate a little lunch and dropped all types of egg roll sauce on myself. How's everybody doing? Glad to have everybody here on this wonderful Sunday night. Glad to have everybody tuning in at the Tariq Elite Show right here live on Ustream, ladies and gentlemen. And the phone number, for those who don't know, is 818-850-5404. That is the phone number where you can call me and we can just chop up game about some things. You dig? All right, we got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. Waiting on more people to get up in the room. We're at like 400 people already. And we're waiting on more people to come on in the room. We got a lot of good stuff to talk about tonight. Definitely want to talk about this whole street harassment nonsense. Now, let's be very clear. All the people who follow me on Twitter, the black feminists on Twitter, they're not calling up. Don't expect them to call up. I'd be surprised if they do. Because remember, on Twitter, it's really about 5 of them with about 20 different accounts each. They got a whole bunch of accounts, so it's really only a handful of them. It's not a lot of them, so don't expect anybody to call up. And if they do, that would be a surprise. Maybe some simp dude might call up trying to get coochie points from somebody, but the women themselves, they're not going to call up. I just rarely have that happen because they know that their ideology is really infantile and it's non-existent. Their rhetoric and the logic is just really non-existent. But I'll get on that in a second. Waiting on the room to fill back up. We're at 500 right now. We're definitely going to have over 1,000 tonight. Just waiting on people to get popping in the room. Let me take a couple of calls while we're waiting on the room to fill up. What's up? Who's calling?
Hey, yo, Tariq, what's going on? It's Seswan calling from New York.
Seswan, how you doing, fam? What's going on with you? I'll be in New York next week, as a matter of fact. But what's on your mind?
Chillin'. I just want to give you a shout out for calling out that street harassment thing you did a year ago. You like a prophet, and I don't think you realize it at the time, brother. Because this thing out here, just everything you were showing on your Facebook page is crazy. And I'm like telling so many people out here about it, and these people are so asleep. And I'm like, yo, there's only so much you could say. And when I really see that it only targeted black men, because I saw the link you put with the pictures, and I'm like, wait a minute. How are you going to only target black men when there's plenty of other races in New York, number one, and then two, where it's like, look, all the men of all races in New York pretty much street harass. When you want to make it where it's just a black thing, right, that's like a joke right there. So I beg you and salute you on that, man. Keep doing your thing.
Much respect, man. Thank you, family. Yeah, we're going to definitely talk about that whole street harassment jazz that they're putting out there, man. It's real heavy stuff. Real heavy stuff, and I'm going to go into that in a minute. We're still coming. People are coming on up in the room. Let's see who we got here. What's up? Who's calling?
Hey, my name is Pearl.
Pearl?
Pearl.
Pearl, how are you?
Pearl necklace.
Pearl necklace. How are you, Miss Pearl?
I'm doing great. I wasn't listening to the show, but I went on Facebook and said that you wanted people to chime in about street harassment.
Yes, indeed. Now, first, are you African-American or are you Caucasian?
I'm African-American. I'm black.
Okay. So what's your thoughts on the whole street harassment campaign that they have now?
I feel that, it is true that women do get, catcalled or whatever on the street, but I totally agree with you that it is becoming racialized, even though, being a woman walking on the street, I've been catcalled by, men of color and also white men as well.
Right.
So I think it's just going to further criminalize, young black men, and that is really unfortunate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for the call, Ms. Pearl. Now, for those who don't know what we're talking about, now, a year ago, or almost a year ago, well, for the last year, I'll just say that. Now, you guys, you listen to the show. Now, I've been warning you about the street harassment campaign. I've been warning you guys for about a year. If you listen regularly, you know that I've been doing this. Not to pat myself on the back or nothing, but I just understand patterns. And if you Google, you can see around October 2013, when I was first telling people about this whole new street harassment campaign that they're going to start doing, I told people word for word, and I want you to Google just this so you can get proof that I've been saying this. Type in Tariq Nasheed street harassment, and you'll see a whole bunch of articles of actual black feminists condemning me for saying what I said. I said this whole street harassment is a new way to criminalize black people. It has nothing to do with anybody being harassed on the street, which is wrong. I mean, nobody's co-signing getting catcalled or harassed. That's why I do the dating and relationship books, to teach men some games so they don't have to come at women on some lame shit. But again, aside from that, the real issue is not the street harassment itself. It's always the agenda, the people behind it. That's the real issue. And I said that this is going to be racialized. They're using this. This is going to be the new stop and frisk. And the Negro bedwench feminists went in on me. Oh, he's talking about race bullshit. He's trying to silence black women. Oh, the whole trolling bullshit they went through. I'm trying to silence their voices. I'm doing this. Oh, he write them MacBooks. Oh, all the ad hominem attacks, all that nigga shit. Sure enough, what's up, KT? Sure enough, the street harassment campaign is coming back in full force. They put all their pieces together. The people behind it have been revealed. And like clockwork, everything I said they were doing, they're starting to do. Now, a couple of days ago, some white feminists, one in particular named Holly Curl. You spell her name Kearl. I think that's how you spell her name, Holly Curl. who's actually behind the whole modern street harassment movement. And I'm going to get into the history of that again. I broke it down here a long time ago. So they went and got this chick named Feminista Jones. Feminista Jones is literally a nobody. They got Feminista Jones. Feminista Jones had some hashtag like "You okay, sis?" And the white feminist chose to back that hashtag to get black women to dialogue about street harassment. And they had a Twitter dialogue about street harassment, and we chimed in. And now these black feminists, they blame me for derailing their hashtag, which I didn't. But they kept dropping my name, so I went in there and I talked to people, and I wanted to get some answers. And then a lot of the brothers here and out there challenged them on the ideology and asked real questions. You dig? And called a lot of these women out. Now, you got to look at the whole thing. Well, let me get some more calls because I want to really break this down, but I want some people to chime in. What's up? Who's calling?
Oh, good. Terry, the real brother.
Hey, bro.
Is this Tariq?
This is Tariq, man. That phone you got, man. How you got the last brick phone from Nokia?
I'm sorry. Well, the truth about the matter is I was trying to call you on my system, but it wasn't working. It kept shutting me down for some reason.
Oh, okay.
What's calling you on it now? Is it ringing from a 213 number?
I don't know, brother. But what's on your mind?
Oh, we had been talking before, but I had seen your tape. Somebody had called my show and they told me about you, and I was looking at you and I saw a tape and it was you and Tommy. The other idiot. And you were saying that when somebody gets rich and they black, they should get a top-notch girl, and that would mean a white girl.
Wait. Let's back up a little bit. Let's back it up a little bit. Now you said the other idiot. So did you imply that I'm an idiot?
Well, I think anybody that would hate on the black race and culture like that would have to be an idiot. Wouldn't you think?
Now, you're the dude, you've been trolling me on Twitter. You that dude, you've been trolling me. You got about 10 different accounts.
No, ain't nobody trolling you.
Yes, you are. You've been trolling me, brother. You've been trolling me on the internet. Hold on, brother. Okay, brother. First of all, your phone is raggedy. Okay, get off my phone, nigga. First of all, raggedy phone having nigga. You're not going to just call up Bogart my shit. First of all, if you're going to Bogart somebody's show, at least have a decent phone, nigga. Nigga, you're calling from a goddamn Star Trek, space age fucking Captain Kirk phone. You're breaking up. First of all, I could go back and forth with you, nigga, but you couldn't even afford a decent phone, you bum ass nigga. This is some dude with some bullshit internet radio show that has about 10 listeners. He's been trolling me on Twitter all day. I keep blocking he has a bunch of different pages. I keep blocking this dude. We have a bunch of adult black people who are like children who want attention. They're so desperate for attention. And this goes back to the whole situation of how easily it is to get black people to sell each other out and do goofy shit. Because you have desperate, dusty, bum-ass niggas who are so in desperate, dire need of attention. You dig? You see he's trying to plug his show? Well, I was on my show, and Okay. Nigga, kill yourself. This dude, if you got a troll to get shine for your show, he's trying to get followers. And I always say, if you're a dude, if you got some kind of internet show or radio show, if you got a troll to get listeners, you're just not that good. If people won't listen to hear your ideology just because you have an interesting ideology or an interesting take on something, maybe you're just garbage, nigga. Go ahead and put that application back into Costco's and move boxes of fucking wholesale food or some shit, dude. The game ain't for you. My God. And this nigga, he sounds too old to be a troll. He don't even know how to troll correctly. Nigga sounds old and dusty. Old Johnny Taylor ass nigga. Hey, what's going on? Who's calling?
Hi, this is author Hayes. Can you hear me?
What's your name, sweetie?
My name is Levon Hayes, author L Hayes on Twitter.
Yes, Levon
I've seen
Hayes.
the whole street.
Go ahead.
Can you?
I can hear you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, love. Go ahead.
At first, I seen hashtag didn't. I was like, you know how you just bypass something. I didn't know exactly what it was pertaining to. I did talk about like when you had the you were talking about.
Sweetie, baby, I gotta have you call, but your phone is killing the game, baby. I have to have you call back, baby. God damn. She must have borrowed the phone from that dusty nigga who called up. Okay, people. Family, let's get your phone game together, family. You gotta get your phone game together. This is raggedy phone night. And don't nobody want to hear the computer love sound. So we got to get it together. Let me get one more call before I start chopping it up. What's up? Who's calling?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, I wanted to call in about the street harassment.
Go ahead, family.
I've seen a lot of people out there doing like these pranks, like white people going to the hood pranks. Ain't that a form of street harassment? And why don't they say anything about that?
Yeah, I don't think that's street harassment. But the thing is, it's very interesting that they're doing these so-called in the hood pranks. Now, some of these things are fake and some of them are like contrived. But I think some are kind of real. And what that is that these people are going into some of these black areas testing the waters to see what they can do later on down the line. I think black people got to be very careful of that, because if they see they can go in these neighborhoods and pull so-called pranks as a joke and get away with it, they're going to go in there with guns. They're testing black people out. They're testing the waters to see how much they can get away with. So cats need to start shutting that shit down on the real. You dig? So I think that's going to lead to some very serious implications. I know down in Houston, or it was Houston or Dallas, they were talking about going.
I'm in Dallas now.
Yeah, these white militia dudes were going to go into these black areas with their guns, like with this open carry thing, but they shut it down. The city shut it down. So black folks are going to have to be real careful about these people coming in the neighborhood with these so-called pranks and doing all this shit, because they're really testing you to see what they can get away with. Those dudes out there walking up to people taking their cell phones, 10 years ago, they couldn't get away with no shit like that at all. So now, because so many black folks have become weak in these areas and there's no male leadership, there's no male protection or nothing, they're going into these neighborhoods doing what they've always wanted to do, which is go back to the Jim Crow era. All right, but thanks for the call, man. And that's what this whole thing is about, man. Y'all got to understand that the dominant society, they've been trying to get back to a new Jim Crow era for a long time. They're trying to get back to a new Jim Crow era. Jim Crow 2.0. And again, this is what this street harassment is going to lead to. I'm going to get on that in a minute, but this whole street harassment thing is going to lead to Jim Crow 2.0. I mean, we're already in Jim Crow 2.0, and we're going back. What's up? Who's calling?
Rick, what's going on, man? It's Jay calling out of Philly.
Hey, Jay, how you doing, fam?
Shit, I'm chilling, man. Hey, I hear the conversation is pretty heavy, man. I hate to break up I don't mean to break up the conversation before, but I had a question and a comment I wanted to make.
Go ahead. Is it pertaining to the subject? Because I don't want to get off subject right now, fam.
Oh, my bad then, fam. I'll call back there, man.
Yeah,
it's about this email I met.
Okay, we'll do that later on. All right, thanks for the call. Again, I want to stick to the topic right now. I want to stay on topic right now. I don't want to go all over the place because I really want to get into this whole street harassment thing. Hey, what's up? Who's calling?
Hi, hello?
Hey, what's up? Who's calling?
Ria from Canada.
Ria from Canada?
Yeah.
There you go. So what's on your mind, Ria?
Just wanted to touch upon the whole black feminist thing.
Yes.
I think a lot of black women need to wake up to the fact that these white feminists, they don't push to make equal representation with black women in media and arts and a whole lot of things. And I think a lot of women need to understand that if these women really did care, or white women really did care about you or part of this movement, then they would make an equal platform for black women to be in the modeling agencies, singers, commercials, like just
Absolutely.
a whole broad spectrum for that. So I think a lot of Black women need to kind of open their eyes to that and to realize that if they really did care for you, they would make room for you and they would try and get your issues out there. So I just want to touch upon that.
No doubt. Thank you for the call, sister. Yes, and that sister hits a very, very interesting point. A lot of these white feminists, they don't do anything for Black women. Never. Especially when it comes to criticizing or standing up against white males. They never, ever, 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 ever do that with Black women. And what's so interesting, all of a sudden, white feminists come out of nowhere, and instead of stepping to so many other Black women about so-called street harassment, and there's so many other Black women who are much respected in the Black community. You got Dr. Joy DeGruy, Carol Anderson, Shahrazad Ali, Jewel Pookrum, Frances Cress Welsing. The list goes on and on. Yafa Bay. I mean, so many sisters out here who are well respected in the Black community. Instead of going to these sisters, the white feminist just happens to go to some unknown, nobody, insignificant internet troll like Feminista Jones, who don't nobody really know outside of a couple of hundred people who follow her on Twitter. Nobody really knows who this chick is. So they get this insignificant person who has never written a book, never done a lecture, just never done anything, never built nothing, just some random unknown person, and propped them up and said, okay, we're going to back up her hashtag. So that should have been a red flag right there. And they're going to back up Feminista Jones, who's also an internet troll / Black male basher. That's all she does on Twitter. She trolls me all the time, by the way. But just trolling dudes on Twitter and bashing brothers on Twitter. So that was a red flag right there. Because the thing is, the white feminists have always used the Black male menace propaganda to further their own agendas. You understand what I'm saying? They've always done that. And the thing is, a lot of the white supremacists, when they want to get stuff done, a lot of times they don't even revamp their game. They use the same old tactics. Because they're like, well, shit, it didn't work last time. Let's see if it worked. Let's try the same tactics we used the last 2 times and see if it works. This is the conversation they have with each other. Like, we can do that again. They're like, no, we can't do that on them. They're smart. No. I guarantee we can do the same tactics on them Black folks and they'll buy it. Then they put it out there and it works. The same stuff that this Holly Curl lady is doing with Feminista Jones, that's the same thing Gloria Steinem did in the 60s. Going back, that's the same tactic that the Susan B. Anthony's and all of these women did in the 1800s. The same tactics. And again, I've been warning people about the Feminista Jones and all those people. You think that some of these internet trolls you can just kind of let slide. These people are very dangerous to Black folks. These people are very dangerous to the Black community. Because the white feminists of the 70s, they came up with this anti-rape movement in the 1970s. I talked about this before. The 1970s, the white feminists got together and they started saying, well, we're scared that these Black men are going to rape us. We're going to need some government money. So white feminists got all types of grants and set-asides and money to build rape counseling centers. I mean, the brothers weren't really raping them, but just the thought and the fear of being raped, they would get all of this money in the 1970s. Google anti-rape movement of the 1970s. That was a big business. Big business in the 1970s. And the thing that happened in the 70s is that a lot of the white feminists were called out because they wouldn't have Black women in these circles, because they weren't going to talk about rape with Black women, because Black women, remember, they're just getting out of the 60s. So then Black women would have been like, hey, your dudes were raping us too. So that's a conversation they weren't going to have. Again, remember this. White feminists are never going to join forces with Black women to criticize Black men. I've said this a billion times, all right? They're never going to do that. But again, they were getting all types of money to talk, the white feminists, to talk about their fear of being raped by these black men. Now, they got a lot of criticism, so the white feminists had to change their game up a little bit. The white feminists had to change their game up. They had to say, okay, well, look, we're talking about rape, we're using these black males, and a lot of folks are starting to call us out. So let's flip the game. We need to get some black women to be out front. But we're not going to join with them to talk about white men, though. But let's front them if they talk about black men. And this is where they had Michelle Wallace. It's this chick named Michelle Wallace. They put out a book of hers. Gloria Steinem put that book. A lot of people say Gloria Steinem actually wrote the book, but there was a book called Black Macho, Black Macho, The Myth of the Superwoman, something like that. But the book came out like 78, 79. And that was the template for the modern day black feminist rhetoric against black males. That was the code book right there. That was the guidebook. And the white feminists, they promoted that book in the late 70s. They really promoted that. Chick name was Michelle Wallace, who was an unknown. She was another chick, unknown, just like Feminista Jones, some random black lady, came out of nowhere. There they go. They push her out there. She's on the cover of a magazine. The late 70s, some unknown black woman that nobody know, nobody never heard of, nobody black ever seen. All of a sudden, she's on the cover of a magazine talking about black men ain't shit. Got it? And the cover, you can see the cover on, Google it. Google Ms., I think it was Miss Magazine, Michelle Wallace. So that book came out. And then the white feminists said, okay, we need to continue to get some of this money now that we pretended that we have black sisters in the struggle, as long as they're talking about black men. So then the white feminists in 1981, what's that lady's name? Maria Della something. I can't think of her name right now. It was a white feminist in D.C. who came up with the term street harassment in 1981. That's the first time you heard the term street harassment by a white feminist. White feminists put a pamphlet out, talked about street harassment and how they and black women can get together and join together against black men who harass women on the street. And that was a front. So now white women wouldn't look racist by criticizing black men and using that to get money. And again, I've talked about this on the show before. The white women would not look racist for criticizing black men and using black men to get money. Now they could put the black women out there in the forefront and just sit back and be quiet. And the black women was just so eager to get a pat on the head from the white feminists. They were like, yeah, we get harassed all the time by these black men. And the white feminists is just sitting back collecting the money. And the white feminists were giggling like magpies to each other. Oh God, it worked. These niggas fell for it. Yes, that's her name. Michaela DeLeonardo. That's her name. That's her name. I always forget her name. But again, this is a tactic that, you know, they've been using even in the 60s when Gloria Steinem had that picture of the black lady. I can't even think of her name. They holding their fist up. They get these unknown black women that didn't nobody know, put them out there to get their agenda into the black community. Very dangerous. And this whole street harassment thing, that's another play on that. Let me get this call because I want to go deeper. Just like my man Zoe Williams says, I got to go deeper. What's up? Who's calling? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, who is this?
Oh, this is Sophia.
Hey, Sophia.
Oh, my goodness, I finally got through.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Where you calling from,
Okay.
Sophia?
I'm calling from Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh.
I just recently moved from St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes, ma'am. So what's on your mind?
What's on my mind is the fact that the U.S. is in conflict with other nations. Maybe if we act a fool over here and, you know what I'm saying, have them to look, you know what I'm saying, because America's always screwing about democracy, and they have a race relation issue over here. And Russia called them out about it.
Right. Well, that's the
So
thing. The thing is, you know, a lot of countries always call the U.S. out on racism. But the thing is, too many black people over here are afraid to really speak up about racism now. Black people are so complacent and scared. And anytime white people throw them a few crumbs, black people are just right there clapping and licking. So black folks can't get the help they need because black folks won't speak up for themselves anymore. Black people have just lost that desire to fight for themselves anymore.
Yes, but I haven't, because my father raised us to stand up, and I lost a job because I stood up to this white woman, which all these house Negroes was like, well, you need your job, you have children. I said, I would rather have my dignity than to have a job. If I have an education, a college education, I can go get another job, but again, I can start my own business.
Absolutely.
And the hate in that woman's eyes, it was just like, are you sitting? And she even said, told me to my face, she was like, you need this job. I said, I'll be damned.
Absolutely. There
you go.
All right, thank you for the call, Sophie. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. But it's real out here, family. It's real out here. How many folks we got? We almost got 1,000 people in here. But, so the thing is, so they came up with this hashtag #UOKSis, talking about street harassment. And again, the white feminists behind it. And their agenda, what the white feminists are doing, they're using that same old tactic, the black male menace. They're using that to get money. Because some of the white feminists, they've got money in grants already for street harassment. They've created this whole new campaign, and they've made black men the face of street harassment. And a lot of the so-called black feminists, they start getting in denial about it. Oh, no, it ain't about no black man. But they got a website called The Faces of Street Harassment. All the pictures of black dudes. Some of y'all have seen it. There's a website where they got pictures of black men who street harass, and they got a whole bunch of pictures of black men. So now, with the black feminists, and you notice they're not calling up because, again, it's only a handful of them, and that's the thing. Fortunately, family, there are not a lot of black feminists. Black feminists are actually very rare. A lot of you think it's a lot of them because they're very vocal and they're internet trolls. They know how to get online and make a bunch of screen names because they don't really have shit else to do. So they know how to make a bunch of screen names and make a lot of noise and give off the appearance that they're actually doing something because they don't really do anything. That's the thing. You've never seen anything built by a black feminist. Black feminists, they've literally never accomplished or built or created nothing. Nothing. So the best they can do is create a bunch of screen names and appear to have a larger presence than they really have. It's just like blood street gangs. Out here in LA, Crips outnumber the Bloods for years in LA. So because the Bloods were outnumbered, Bloods had to be very ruthless in order to make up for the lack of numbers. So the Bloods were really about that life. Bloods had a shoot first policy. You dig? So Bloods were really about that life. They were really, really ruthless because they had to compensate. So if you meet Bloods, Bloods are really, they get in you quick because they have to compensate for lack of numbers. So a lot of times when you are deficient in one thing, you have to exceed in something else. So what they do, they exceed in trolling the internet. That's what they do to appear, black feminists, I'm talking about black feminists now. They appear to have a bigger presence than they really have, but they're really a very small group of people. What's up? Who's calling?
Yeah, Tariq, what's up, player?
What's up? Who is this, man?
Yeah, this is Marcus Black calling.
Marcus Black?
I'm from Jamaica, you know?
All right, so what's on your mind, player?
Yeah, I'm just still calling, man, to ask you a quick question. Yeah, I got this problem with my girl's sister.
I'm going to have you call back. We're not doing those right now. We're not doing relationship problems now, brother. Eat you some jerk chicken and call back a little bit later.
Yeah.
What's up? Who's calling?
What's up, man? Who's this, man?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, who's this?
Yeah.
This is Michelle.
Hey, Michelle, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. What's on your mind, Michelle?
Okay. Yeah, I'm very familiar with this feminist agenda. The per se white women excluding the black women.
Yes.
I work in nursing, so it's a white female dominated career, of course.
Yes, indeed.
And so the unions always kind of exclude black women until they want to us to push an agenda.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Where you live in Alabama?
Yeah, I do.
What part of Alabama are you in?
But I'm Tuscaloosa, but I work in California.
Oh, okay. Cool. There you go. Well, thank you for the call, sister. Yes, indeed. But yeah, so anyway, so some of the brothers were dialoguing with the women on Twitter about this whole hashtag, talking about street harassment. And again, these black feminists, they accuse me of getting people to derail their rhetoric and derail their hashtag. But I had very simple questions. I just asked questions, and questions can sometimes crush a person's argument. I asked them, because they kept mentioning my name, and I said, look, if there's street harassment, okay, we can deal with that, but just because there's street harassment, does that mean we should ignore the agenda of the people behind it? Then they kept changing the subject and getting into the ad hominem attacks. Then I asked them, I said, okay, well, look, if there's street harassment, maybe you're right, there's street harassment. So what's the solution? Again, they start talking in circles. Nobody could come up with a solution. So, okay, y'all want black men to get into this dialogue about street harassment, but you can't give a solution. Okay, what exactly is street harassment? Well, if you do this, if you look at somebody, if you say something to somebody, if you touch somebody. So none of them could give a real clear definition of what street harassment was. So they were shooting themselves in the foot on every turn when you try to have a sensible conversation about it to get them to articulate their vision and to articulate the rhetoric that's given to them by the white feminists. They are not even thorough enough to articulate the rhetoric. None of them could give a clear definition as to what street harassment was, and nobody could give a solution. So we're like, what are we talking about then? Basically, if you just want to get on here and argue with people because some white supremacists told you to, that's called slavery. You're still a slave. But again, there were a lot of ad hominem attacks. Nobody could give a solution. And me and some of the brothers, we kept pointing out, well, look, the white supremacists, the white feminists, they're trying to criminalize black, not just black men, but black people with this whole street harassment thing. Do you think they should do that? They kept changing the subject. Again, when you bring out, well, you've been calling with, so wait, Muffy's trying to call? Muffy, hold on. Somebody said Muffy is trying to call. Hold on. Hello, who is this? I only want Muffy to call. Hello?
What's going on, man? This is John.
I'm gonna have you call back. I only want Muffy to call. I only want, hey, who is this?
Yeah, Tariq. This is Marcus Black calling.
I'm gonna have, dude. Hey, brother, man, get you some curry goat and call back later while we're talking about something. We talking about something else, brother. Call back later, man. Damn. Okay, this brother calling back up. Oh man, y'all doing the most with me tonight. All right, Muffy. I'm looking for Muffy.
This is me.
Oh Lord. Okay, this already sounds like some fuckery. All right, Muffy, what's happening with you?
First I want to ask you, do you agree that street harassment is an issue?
What'd you say, Muffy?
I said, do you agree that street harassment is an issue?
Is it an issue? I don't know, because some people said it is. I talked to some women, they say yes. And then there's some women who say, well, no, I don't get harassed at all. I talked to several women who say that it's not an issue. They never get harassed. But I noticed that the women who say they get harassed all the time just happen to be black feminists. Now, why do you think that is?
Well, I can't answer that because I'm not a black feminist. I have been harassed. And what do you suggest that these women do? How would you solve the problem if you have a problem with feminists trying to solve
but this is your problem, so it's difficult for me to solve your problem. What do you suggest? Because if this is a problem that happens to you, you're the one who have to have the suggestion. So what should ultimately be done to these dudes who are? You sound like a
So
sweet.
you don't think
You sound
other
like
black men
wait,
should
wait,
check other
wait.
black men?
Check other black men. But what if that doesn't work,
From
sweetie?
women, we have to deal with the men harassing us.
But what if that don't work, sweetie? That's what I'm saying. Because I check dudes all the time. Let me explain something, Muffy. I've gotten into fights with dudes over some shit like that before. Random dudes. So you can do that, but that's not going to really stop cats all the time. I've literally got into fist fights. I've seen dudes jumping on women in the streets that I don't even know them. And we got into, especially if it's a black person and a non-black person, I've gotten into scraps. So what should be done to cats that I can't come fight for you, and to dudes who don't look at hashtags, dudes who are not aware of street harassment? What should happen to those dudes who just won't get the point? You keep trying to bring awareness to them, you're trying to educate them, and they still insist on harassing poor little sweet things like you. You sound like a sweet little thing. What should be done to dudes like that, legally?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
But what do you suggest, ma'am?
Well, they should be charged with harassment. They should pay a fine, and they should take sensitivity classes.
Okay. Now we're talking verbal harassment. I'm not talking about assault now. Let's be very clear. So if a guy verbally harasses you and you don't like it, he should be given a fine or charged with something. What would he be charged with?
With harassment.
Okay. So now, Muffy said that men, if they say something verbally out of line that you consider harassment, they should be charged. Now, Muffy, do you think that law, if they put it through, do you think that it's not going to affect you?
No, it wouldn't.
Because what's going to happen to black women who mouth off at people? If that law is on the books, they can now get you with the same law. Do you want that to happen?
Well, for me personally, that wouldn't be an issue.
But are you cool with it? Now, we know a lot of sisters out here get real liberal with the mouth in the street. So now we're going to lock people up for verbal harassment. All the Sharkeishas in the world, it's a lot of these sisters that's going to go to jail. Are you cool with that?
Now, I don't think locking up per se, but like just a fine, like that's not locking.
But but if you don't pay the fine, they lock you up, sweetie. That's what a fine is. That's why they have to enforce the fine. You understand? So are you cool?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, are you cool with other black women? Because remember, they're not going to stop with black men. They never create a law for us and just stop with us. They get all of us. Just like with police brutality, they don't just whoop our ass. They whoop all of our asses. Have you seen black women getting the shit beat out of them by white cops lately? Have you seen that, Muffy?
Yeah.
Exactly. So don't think you're going to get a pass with a law that's going to target us for verbally harassing. Because there's way more black women who get into verbal altercations than black men. So you're telling me it's perfectly fine because you ain't like that, but it's cool for these other mouthy black women to get locked up and fined. You're cool with that?
I mean, if that'll make people start acting decently, then...
Then what? Hello, Muffy?
I said, if that'll make people start acting more decently towards other people,
then you cool with it?
I mean, that's what's going to happen.
Okay, there you go then. All right, well, Muffy said, well, shit. Some of y'all black women, it's cool for y'all to get locked up too. So there you go. So you down with them white feminists that's down for the movement, by the way, okay? All right. All right, thank you for the call, Muffy. All right, well, shit. I'm glad Muffy was honest. Muffy said it right there. And truth be told, Muffy, she sounds 12 now. Nah, she ain't 12. But a lot of these black feminists feel just like that. A lot of those black feminists feel just like that. You know, because that's what they really want. You think that they're going to create some kind of verbal harassment law against brothers? But I don't know if you really think that law is not going to affect black women. They're going to use that same law to lock black women up. If they create that law, which they can. And this is the thing that a lot of these black feminists, they know exactly what the white feminists are trying to do. They're very full aware that they're trying to create laws to lock black people up for verbal harassment. Sybil, okay, Sybil, call up, whatever your name is. I'm waiting on Sybil, whatever her name is. Hello?
Yo, what up,
I'm going
Tariq?
to have you call back up, fam. I want Sybil, whatever her name is. What's up? Who's calling?
Yo, what's good? What's good,
What's
Tariq?
up, family? I have you call back. I want the Sybil chick to call up. Hello, who's calling?
Trent.
Hello?
This is Trent.
Trent, man, you sound like you calling from the future, nigga. And your voice hasn't made it to the past yet. All right, get out of here. Call back. All right, I'm looking for Sybleton, whatever her name is. What's up? Who's calling?
Tariq.
I'm going to have you call back, fam. I want the Sybil chick to call up. What's up? Hello?
Hi, Tariq.
Hey, who's this?
This is Sybil. How are you doing?
Hey, Sybil, how are you, love?
I am lovely.
Where you calling?
I can hear you on the phone.
Where you calling from, Sybil?
From I'm in South Florida.
There you go. So chime in on this. What do you think about all this stuff?
All right. I had a conversation with my husband about this the other day.
Okay.
It's accountability.
Okay.
Black women primarily do not want to take accountability for what they're doing. I actually called out someone on Twitter about it, and she didn't respond to me, and I realized what her issue was because I went through her Twitter and everything, and I realized she's literally calling for attention and gets mad that the attention comes to her.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to New York, and I called for attention in what I was wearing, and when men hollered at me or called at me, I understood why they were doing it, and I just was like, hey, thank you, but no thank you. I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing, and they're fine. They don't harass me. But now when you go at it at the mouth with them, of course it's going to be a situation. Absolutely. But if you actually take accountability, and like I saw this girl, she walked out of the house with a jumper, no bra, hard nipples, tight waistband, and it's talking. And obviously she's a very curvy woman, and she's getting mad because she gets attention. And I'm like, you can't get mad at that. Like, you're calling for it. Literally, I could see your nipple piercings. Come on.
Exactly. Man. But anyway, thank you for the call, Sybil.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. That is Sybil from South Florida. But something is very interesting that and again, black feminists, again, when you're talking to them, it's almost like talking to children. It's literally almost talking to children who want nothing more than attention. Their whole argument on Twitter was basically, we don't want these black men out here verbally insulting us. And then when you ask them to elaborate, most of their answer is like, well, fuck you, nigga. I ain't got to do shit. I ain't got to answer you, motherfucker, stupid ass dickhead, nigga. And a lot of us were like, wait a minute, ma'am. So now you're insulting me. So now you're criticizing and you're insulting me. You're doing to me what you're criticizing black men of doing to you. So now you're being hypocritical. And then that usually shuts them up. And that's the common denominator with a lot of the black feminists who are complaining about street harassment. Most of the black feminists who are complaining about brothers being verbally abusive and insulting them, most of the women have the same type of mouthpiece. Most of these women are vulgar, crass, profane, and incoherent. So I told them, hey, look, maybe the dudes that you're attracting who are street harassers are basically reflections of you. Have you ever thought about that? If you are a crass, vile, vulgar woman, usually that attracts crass, vile, vulgar dudes. And also, maybe you live in a neighborhood where people were raised like that. The same people who raised that dusty-ass dude to be crass and vulgar sounds like the same type of people raise you. So this sounds like a poverty issue or something, or a hood issue or a single mother issue, but you're doing the same thing you're criticizing the black men of doing. Because again, with black feminists, if you just question them, hey, can you please elaborate on what you're trying to say? Fuck you, nigga. I ain't gotta say shit to you. I'm like, whoa. And you want sympathy for dudes harassing you verbally? You want sympathy? Again, these women are so easily manipulated and used, they don't know how to even articulate their own rhetoric. Let's see who's calling. What's up? Who's calling?
How you doing, Tariq? This is old Chikazi from Twitter.
Hey, what's up, fam? How you doing?
Oh, doing good, doing good. I also wanted to, speak a little bit about was a lot of these black feminists, they don't tend to fit in with black women in general.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you've noticed that, but a lot of them are, they tend to be overeducated. They can't find normal work, so they kind of fall into
whoa. Let's stop that. But overeducated is bullshit. I don't believe that at all. That ain't it. Them being overeducated, because when you talk to them, some of them are dumb as a fucking brick. It's not overeducated. A lot of them are just like social outcasts. They're kind of nerdy. Women who just didn't fit in. You ain't got to be overeducated to not fit in. They think that they're just smarter than everybody in the room, but usually it's some kind of real weird quirk or flaw about them that just didn't make them fit in with everybody. And they take that out on the whole black community. That's what their movement is about. They hide behind this feminist agenda. They really just don't like black people because black people shun them. So they'll do anything to take revenge on black people, even selling them out, knowing that they're selling them out.
Now, Tariq, what usually happens to women like this down the road? I mean, are they just forever kind of this, black anti-black people just? I mean,
I tell you exactly what I tell you exactly what happens to them. These are your supervisors at your job. They put these black women in charge of all the other black folks at the job. They become the professional Negro bedwenches. These are the people who become like Republicans, black conservatives. Oh, they always got a use for these women. They put them into, the white corporations will use these black feminists for the Negro publications at the Negro branches of their publications. So they use them. They are used for the dominant white society. They use these women in every sector to keep the black community in disarray. These women are very much used all the time. And again, as we see with Feminista Jones, the white supremacists can use them to push a white supremacist agenda at any given moment. So they're very useful to white supremacists. You feel me?
Definitely, Tariq. And when it comes to the money, you spoke about it a little bit earlier. What kind of money are these white feminists getting that, the black feminists only getting crumbs of? What type of money are we talking about? Are we talking about millions of dollars?
The black feminists wish they can get crumbs. Dude, the black feminists are cool with a pat on the fucking head. They're cool with just laying up on the white females temporarily, telling them all their problems. It's like white mommy and daddy gets to listen to me. White feminists, they get out here and put black women out there in the forefront to scream and yell about street harassment, and the white women are secretly getting millions of dollars in grants, loans, set-asides, all types of money and funding to further their agenda. That's old game. They've been doing that. That goes back to Susan B. Anthony and all of these women who would use that hustle to get money by promoting the black Negro menace. That's always a guaranteed money maker. You feel me? So these white women get millions of dollars. White women don't do shit without a solution. White women don't just sit up chit-chatting just for some attention. When white women get in the mix, shit gets done. They get buildings and they get grants and they get centers and they get shit done. And they'll use you, meaning the black feminists, to get that done. So we got to understand the game and stop allowing ourselves to let this game be played on us. But thanks for the call, fam. Oh, man. Look, a lot of these black feminists, they're fully aware. Because when you start pointing out, hey, black feminists, do you see what they got an agenda against us? When you point this out and say, hey, look, black feminists, I understand the whole thing about street harassment, but why are we talking about street harassment instead of talking about the people with the agenda? And if their answer is, well, that don't matter, street harassment is real, the minute they say that, they're in on it. If you point out to them there's an agenda and their response is, it don't matter, we still need to talk about street harassment. That means these Negro bedwenches are in on it. That means they are willingly selling us out. You dig? Jason Johnson? Okay, I want him to call in. Tell him I want Jason Johnson to call in. Tell him I want him to call in now. Hello?
Yo, Tariq, what's going on?
Who's this?
Yo, this Riff calling from Jersey.
I'm going to have you call back, Rip. I'm going to have you call back. I want Jason Johnson to call in. I want Jason Johnson, because he was talking to me on Twitter. I want him to call in. I want him to call in to debate me. If you're going to debate me. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, who is this?
Hi, my name is Kimberly.
Hey, Kimberly, what's on your mind?
Well, I was calling because I'm listening to your show, and you're talking about the women that are talking about
street harassment,
men that are harassing them, and I never knew that was an issue. And I realize that sometimes men can be a little vulgar, but I always took it as, well, if I'm not interested, I just keep moving.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that this was an issue that's coming to the forefront as far as maybe a law being passed.
Absolutely.
Because when I think of women that are, guys, right now it's slipping my mind, but the terminology of, I think of Alice Walker when you think of women that are out there trying to make changes, equality. That's what I see as white feminists.
Right.
Black feminists. So I'm really confused by this issue because I didn't know it was an issue.
Yeah. Well, it's an issue because the white feminists have said it's an issue, and the black feminists are so eager to get a pat on their head and a butter biscuit from the white feminists. The black feminists are yelling and screaming as if it's an issue, but they will not give a solution, and they know that the white feminists are using this argument in order to create and push laws that's going to be anti-black community. And that's the real issue we have to look at. So don't be fooled by a lot of these black feminists hooping and hollering about street harassment, because they don't care about black women one way or another. They're just trying to get that butter biscuit from the white feminists and get some little personal gain. And they know that the white feminists are literally trying to use them against the black community. So anyway, thank you for the call, sister. Okay, sorry, I hate to hang up on the sister. I want this brother Jason Johnson to call up. I want Jason Johnson to call up. Where is he? Is Jason Johnson, did he say he's trying to call in now? Because I had a conversation with him on Twitter last night, and he said some things too that I got to call him out on. He's a professor over at some school in Ohio. I got some words for him. I want to talk to him for real. I want to talk to him because there was a train coming. Jason Johnson, where is he? Was he in the chat room? I want his ass to call up. And he knows better. I really want to talk to him because he knows better. Is he in the room? Because I was chopping it up with him. And he's like one of these dudes, even on his Twitter page, it's like he's up there with a bunch of white people grinning. But I pointed out some of the laws that they're trying to get passed. This dude told me that the street harassment laws are just symbolic, that they ain't going to push him through. He's like, oh, those are just symbolic. They ain't going to get those through. I said, man, you out your mind. Whoever's being taught by you and they're black, I feel sorry for them. I hope you listening, Jason Johnson. Your black students, I feel sorry for them. Talking about that shit is the law is symbolic. Oh man, he was on the train heavy. He was on the train heavy. I want him to call in. See, the thing is, you got these dudes out here. They get on some of these shows, and boy, the cooning just rolls up out of them. Look, I was on CNN a couple of days ago. I was on CNN, 2 or 3 days ago? Just because You can do all that without cooning. You can do all that. You can talk what you have to talk without being a goddamn coon. When dudes get around them non-black people and they put you on TV, niggas just think that they just got to turn into super coon. You can still keep it 100 and work with folks. I'm proof of that. But I really wish he would call up. What's up? Who's calling?
Hey, what's up, Tariq? This is Frank Nitty from BlackHollywood.me.
All right, what's up? What's up, Frank Nitty?
Yeah,
shout out to your website. Shout out to your website, by the way. Niggas be crowbarring in their websites and shit. But go ahead, Nitty.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, go ahead, check this out. We got a donate button on PayPal, everything. But the thing about this discussion on Twitter was they were not serious. Basically, they didn't want to talk to any black man. They said if a black man even ask you a question, you should block them. So I knew at that point that they were mixing issues and they were not serious about actually getting to any type of solution. If there was anything at all.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was basically them causing a diversion, protecting the white supremacists. They knew exactly what they were doing. They weren't trying to come up with no real dialogue. Because I asked them a million times, what's the solution? Why are we just going into these horror stories? What's the solution? Okay, yeah, you've been harassed. I got it. I'm not denying that. What's the solution? I don't know. I ain't got to answer you. It was that type of immature, infantile nonsense. So again, these women understand the ulterior motives, but they have no problem with that because what they want to do is create a diversion so that the white feminists can go in and use their nefarious reasons and techniques to get laws passed. And these black feminists
and get money.
And get money, exactly. Hey, man, thanks for the call, fam. Oh, yeah, but basically, these black feminists, especially Feminista Jones, who's extremely dangerous, because she's willing to sell all black people out. Because again, if they get a law passed, because understand this, they already have street harassment laws. You understand? They already have street harassment laws. You say, don't fall for the trolling. I'm not falling for the trolling, dude. I'm keeping my eye on the white supremacists. I don't fall for that bullshit. I'm just teaching y'all to not fall for it. I keep my eye on the white supremacists at all times. And I'm watching what they're doing. I'm looking at the whole agenda, the whole big picture. See, the thing is, they already have street harassment laws, but the thing is, most of the laws don't have anything to do with verbal harassment too much. So what they want to do is amend those laws to add verbal harassment. Now, if they do that, that's opening up the door to the Jim Crow shit, because understand this. This is another thing about black feminists. Black feminists, by their definition and nature, they want... Oh, I'll break down the black male feminists too. I'll get on them in a minute. But the black feminists, by their definition, they want to have and be like the white women. They want what the white women have. That's who they idolize. Because really, they want to be the full-time Negro bedwench. Just like on the plantation. When Missy was on the plantation and the slave mistress got certain perks. So the slave mistress a lot of times thinks she's on the level of the wife. But what they do, the black feminist, they want what the white woman have. They want the same privileges that the white woman has. And again, white society has teased the black feminists with shows like Scandal, like you can be the next Olivia Pope. Now, I know that some of us are beating the shit out of you, but don't worry about that. Just play the game, throw some of these niggers under the bus, and we'll carve out a little place for you right here with us. And a lot of these black feminists, they want the same privilege that the white women have, which is the privilege to arbitrarily accuse black men of rape and sexual harassment. See, white women can do that now. White women can go and say, hey, black guy says something to me and I think he's going to rape me. And black guy can get prosecuted just like that. White women already have those laws for them. White women already have it. But the thing is, it's an unwritten law. But it's still a law. It's an unwritten law. But now, if they can get it on the books, now they can go crazy now because, again, look, they're going back to Jim Crow. They're trying to get back to Jim Crow. Understand that. And when they go back to Jim Crow, full-time Jim Crow, they want to have all their pieces together. They want to clean up shit that they left loose last time in the 1950s and 60s. They want to clean shit up. Meaning the next time an Emmett Till whistles at a white woman, they don't even want to have a court case where it's a question of whether or not he did something wrong. Because remember, in the Emmett Till case where he whistled at a white woman, that was technically street harassment. That was catcalling. They killed that kid, and the people who did it got acquitted. And that was very controversial. They want to get back to that. They're already killing our kids. How many black kids have been killed and the people have been acquitted? They're already doing it. So now they need to have on the books reasons why they should do that. So now if a black person gets killed, all you got to do is say he was harassing a white woman or a woman. He was committing a crime. So now some teenage kid say, oh, damn, you look good. And a group of white people chose to blow his head off. Now all they got to do is say, well, hell, he was doing something illegal. Got that? That's what they were trying to do with Trayvon Martin, but they couldn't quite piece it together. So that trial still left a very bad taste in everybody's mouth. You dig? The Trayvon Martin case, it looks too racist. It looks too racist still. They're still answering the international community because of the Trayvon Martin verdict. This is why they kept trying to criminalize him. They kept trying to make him this criminal that he wasn't. But now, all you got to do is say now, the reason why this black person was killed, just like in Jim Crow, he committed a crime. He said something to a white lady he wasn't supposed to say. And if they can get black women to co-sign that, they're good money. Y'all think that these people are playing with these laws. They're not playing with these laws. If they get a verbal street harassment law passed, that opens up the door to anything because the laws are so arbitrary. Wait, is Jason in here? Jason, are you going to call up, dude? Jason, are you going to call up? I want him, wait, because he can't, I'm not going to let the dude just get in the room and troll. Now, I want to see if he's going to call up because I haven't been reading what's going on in the room. We got a lot of folks in here. Shout out to everybody in the room. Go to TariqElite.com to get this shirt and get some other clothes. And follow me on Twitter at Tariq Nasheed. I think it's just somebody trolling. I don't even think it's him, to be honest. I don't even think it's him. But it might be, because the dude was real funny style. Jason, you'll call up in 20 minutes. You're doing something right now. Okay, you're trolling, dude. Jason, you're trolling, and you're not going to troll the room. You can't do that, brother. Jason, you're trolling the room, brother. You're not going to, you ain't that busy because you got time to troll the room, so you ain't that damn busy right now. What's up, Malia Rita? Speaking of New York, I'll be in New York next week. I got to do a lot of press out there in New York, so I'll be out in New York next week. I'll be out there for a whole week, so I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff. I'm taking the family out there, too. My daughter's never been to New York. And in between me doing press, I'm going to have the New York experience. I haven't really had the whole New York experience. Every time I go to New York, I'm doing a lecture. I got to do an interview, so everything is real fast. I need a limo driver out there, too. Anybody know where my driver's out there? Because those cabs scare me. Got to give me a limo driver out there in New York. I got to holler at the Breakfast Club. I like to get on Angela Yee's show. I know I'm doing a lot of magazine interviews out there. I got a lot of magazine interviews I'm doing out there. I'm in California right now, Tisha. I'm in California now. I'm in Los Angeles. You can get this shirt at TariqElite.com. But like I said, man, a lot of these black feminists, they want to be able to arbitrarily accuse black men of rape and harassment at any given moment so they can get them locked up. But the thing is, you don't understand that those laws are going to be applied to you. Those same laws that happen to black men are going to get applied to you. You don't really get a pass. You don't really get a pass. What's up, Tisha? The number is 818-850-5404. That is the number, 818-850-5404. Let's see who's calling. I want some of the ladies to call up. Surprisingly,
what's going on, man?
What's up, man? I'm going to have you call back. I want some of the ladies to call up. Surprisingly, no black feminists or black feminist supporters. What's up? Who's calling?
Hey, what's up, Flex? It's Andre from New York.
What's up, man? I'll have you call back in a minute, fam. Yeah, I want some of the ladies to call up. What's up? Who's calling?
Wesley was good, bro.
What's up? I have you call back, fam. I want some of the ladies to call up. Somebody asked me, so what's up with the black male feminists? Two things with black male feminists. Three things. There's three types of black male feminists. Three types. Three types of black men who are male feminists, who identify. Number one, you got the dude who's just going along to try to get some ass. A nigga who's just going along with the program, co-signing feminist fuckery because he thinks that that's going to be a way of him getting ass. That's the rare kind. The second kind is the Jason Johnson kind and others like him. You got dudes who's on the coon train and they're in on the white supremacist motive behind a lot of their rhetoric. And they identify with the black feminists because they're getting funded and put in front by white supremacists too. So they're just trying to wait their turn or let the other white supremacists know that I co-sign these women because I know you're running things behind the scenes. Come please fund me too. Support me behind the scenes too, white supremacists. That's what they're saying. You dig? So they understand that the white supremacists are the puppet masters. They want to get put on the string. That's the second kind. The third kind are gay dudes. If you see a dude who, that's the most common kind of a dude who supports male feminists or a black man who supports feminists, black feminists. It's a gay black dude because he wants the same thing that the black feminists want, which is a white daddy, that Negro bedwench syndrome. They want a white dude to take care of them too. They want that white daddy. You dig? I wanted Tisha to call up. Hello, who's calling? Hello?
Hey.
Hey, who's it?
Hi. This is Fatima from Jacksonville. How are you?
Hey, Fatima, you sound sexy, or am I harassing you by saying that, Fatima?
No, you are not harassing me at all. I've never heard of street harassment. I've never been harassed in the streets before.
But according to the black feminists, it's an epidemic. It's just brothers crawling the streets, harassing these women nonstop. Where are they?
I'm not sure, but I just wanted to call to tell you, kudos to you because I've been on Twitter and I've been just looking at everything and how you've been handling yourself. And, I put my little 2 cents in, but these women are like, I don't know, they're just on attack mode for some reason. And I don't think they really understand the concept, or this is clearly like a divide and conquer tactic that's being done against them.
Yeah, and they don't care. That's the thing. They know, they're fully aware of it, but they just don't care. They're like, fuck all black people. I'm trying to get my butter biscuit from Massa and Mrs. That's their mentality. We got to really look at that. And somebody told me, hey, man, why don't you and them black feminists sit down and talk? Dude, they can call the show anytime. But as far as doing anything with them, these people are very divisive and they're cancerous. So you got to stay away from these people. And I hope black women such as yourself and other black women know, do not align yourself with black feminists at all. This is the poison that you're going to get attached to. These women are poisonous, venomous, they're backwards, they never accomplish anything, and this is what they do. Keep up divisiveness. They are vampires. They do nothing. Bottom line.
Yes. I tried to speak to a few of them. I just really wanted to know what their cause was, and they got mad at me and told me I support a man, you, referring to you, that hates women. And I told them, I said, hey, can you give me an archive, you know, because I listen to him weekly. Can you give me an archive in which he says he hates women? Of course, they deflect and say, look it up yourself.
That's a common thing. Whenever you say, hey, lady, can you prove anything? Well, black men be raping black women 40 times a day in every city. Can you give me a link proof? Look it, I ain't your Google. Look it up for yourself. So that's their whole go-to rhetoric. These women are retarded. You did. My God.
Yes. And one of them was actually a black gay male, and he called me the patriarchal princess. And I actually took it back. You know, I was like, okay, that sounds cute. My daddy loves me. He's in my life. Yeah.
But you're dealing with damaged people here, and black people have to know and disassociate themselves from them. But hey, thank you for the call, young lady.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Again, man, and that's the thing. A lot of the women like her and a lot of women on Twitter were like, what street harassment? There is no street harassment. And the women who are talking about, the ones on Twitter, saying that street harassment is just rampant, they get harassed every day, they just happen to be black feminists or black feminist supporters. You notice that? All the women who got street harassed or who say they get street harassed just happen to be black feminists or black feminist supporters. So I came up with the solution, and I'm going to tell y'all the solution now. If the only people who seem to be harassed all the time or perceive any kind of verbal interaction from certain dudes as harassment, I say to guys, the solution is, brothers, and I'm telling you brothers, if you see a female who could potentially be a black feminist, and you got to use your own decorum to figure out if she may or may not be a black feminist, if she appears to potentially be a black feminist, avoid them. Don't talk to them at all. That's the solution. It's that simple. If you see a black female who happens to possibly be or may not be a black feminist, that's up to you. That's up to your judgment. You know what certain black feminists look like, but it's up to you. If they might or look like they could be a black feminist, ignore them. Do not talk to them when you see them cross the street. Just not only don't harass them, don't talk to them, because even if you look at them, they might perceive that as harassment. Because some of these women were saying, well, harassment, because we tried to get a definition of what harassment was, they couldn't give a definition. They say, well, I don't want to be grabbed. Ma'am, that's not harassment. Grabbing you is assault. There are already laws against assault. We're talking about verbal, because that's what street harassment is about, verbal harassment. So what is harassment? If a nigga say you got a big ass and big titties, okay. What else? I mean, certain women said, okay, if a dude says, hey, what's your name? That's harassment. Some women said if a guy is looking at you, leering at you. Now, what's leering? Leering is some loose, arbitrary bullshit. Leering means looking at you. If you're scowling and staring and leering at a woman, that's considered harassment. So since you cannot give a definitive answer or a real definition as to what harassment is, I tell these brothers, do not say nothing to a female who looked like she could possibly be a black feminist. Don't say one word to him. Problem solved. Now that we solved that problem, let's talk about the white feminists. using you to get in their agenda. Because street harassment, it's that arbitrary. That's that shit from Jim Crow. Remember? Don't eyeball a white woman. Remember, that was something that was illegal. Black people couldn't look white women in the eye. This is why they know that these laws are arbitrary and they're just all over the place. They know that these laws are real ubiquitous. They know that. Just like the Jim Crow rape laws were very arbitrary. You didn't know what considered rape. When they have these laws against black men, they affect the whole community. Let's go back to Tulsa, Oklahoma. The reason why Tulsa, Oklahoma was burned down is because a black man was in an elevator. He tripped up and bumped into a white woman. The white woman said it was rape. How do you rape somebody in an elevator? By just bumping into him. The white woman said rape. The whole community went and burned down the black area. You see how that works? They just don't stop at one of us. Stories like this went on and on and on during the Jim Crow era. So they can't give a clear definition as to what harassment is. Just like with Brother Emmett Till. Emmett Till whistled. That was harassment. And the kid, they decided he deserved to die. But again, man, we got to stop. And I'm talking to black women in particular. And I'm very proud of a lot of black women for standing up to some of these black feminists. Because the thing is, he wants a working number to call, 818-850-5404. That's the number, 818-850-5404. That's how he can call up, if he's really going to call up. Let's see who's calling. What's up, who's calling?
Hi, this is Tisha.
Hey, Tisha, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm calling about two things. First, about your video, Hidden Colors. Well, I have a business, and a part of my business concept is to basically let people know about just educating them and on a spiritual and social level. And your video would be great to sell at my business. I would like information about that.
Yeah, you can email me at info@tariqelite.com. Email me there.
Okay, great. And then I also wanted to talk about our black men. I have several beautiful black men in my family.
Yes.
And I hate the fact that you do have people who don't understand how just one action can cause a domino effect of issues for our people. And I can see it happening so easily for someone to say, hey, ma'am, you may have dropped your purse, and she already had these biased views about black women, about black men, and then the next thing you know, he's locked up in jail or maybe shot and killed.
Absolutely.
And all he was trying to do was to help the lady.
Absolutely.
You know, and I really hate that this is happening, and I really would love for our sisters to wake up and to understand the difference in what has been going on with our people from day one. A lot of people forget America is the foundation was slavery and racism. And
Absolutely.
anything that has any type of foundation, everything thereafter is going to be built on top of that foundation. So if you don't understand the foundation of this country and you all of a sudden think, oh, things are going to just change, or, oh, it's not like that anymore, I'm sorry. I don't know what planet you're on, but California doesn't have racism like some other cities and states have, where it's just really harsh. It's more, I would say, like silent, more under the table.
Right,
They're a little more sneaky about it.
Right.
But it's still there.
Absolutely.
And I just, I stand by my black men. You have men in jail for things they have not committed, and who is standing up for them?
Yes.
I hear about things that are happening to them and they're not getting any humanity rights. They're still human. They should still be treated like human beings. I'm starting to see animals treated better than humans. There's a lot that's going on in this world that make me feel very uncomfortable because, you know, the direction that we're going in is almost just total insanity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, thank you. Thank you for the call, sister. I want you to email me, and I'm going to give you that information. All right. But the sister hit a good point, though. And again, those in the dominant society, there's so many issues that black women face. Black women have been getting beat down by cops in the last few weeks alone by white males. The Anthony Camilla situation. None of these white feminists got together with black women against these real targets. Not some unknown arbitrary black man that don't really exist. Real white males with real names, specific people, they're totally ignoring them to chase this mythological black man that's going around grabbing and harassing everybody. Because see, look, when white women and white people, when they want to really fight for something, they'll fight for it. When they are cool with something, they know how to be quiet. See, they're cool with black women getting the shit beat out of them. They're cool with whatever happens to black women. They don't give a shit. I don't know what makes you think they care about you being harassed by some dude on the streets if they don't give a shit about you getting punched in the face by cops. They don't care about Renisha McBride, Marissa Alexander. They don't care about none of these women. None of your kids getting shot. They're not really making no noise about that. Where are these women's groups? As a matter of fact, when Trayvon and these kids got shot, these women's groups were supporting Zimmerman and all these folks. Remember that. Always remember that. They know who to support. They know how to support an injustice or to stop an injustice if they see it. Me and my family, we went to the circus last night, to the Ringling Brothers Circus at the Staples Center. We went to the Ringling Brothers Circus. Outside the Staples Center, there was a whole bunch of white women out there with signs. These elephants are treated cruel. They're beating the elephants. Don't go to the circus. They were out there making a lot of noise. Don't go to the circus. Kids, tell your parents don't take you. I mean, they were out there raising hell over those circus animals. They were out there raising hell for those circus animals. But these same women will let you get your ass whooped and won't say nothing. Hello, who's calling?
Hi, how are you? Just a moment.
Okay.
I have someone that wants to speak with you.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Who's this?
Hey, Brother Flex, what's going on? This is Jay calling from Los Angeles.
Hey, Jay, how are you, fam?
Hey, man, I'm pretty good, brother. First and foremost, man, I want to say, man, Hidden Color 3, you did it again, man.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely phenomenal, brother.
Much respect, fam. Much respect to you.
And the question that I have for you, man, it's really deep. I've been noticing now on social media, there's been like a lot of posts about these young sisters, man, killing their kids. And I just seen this young sister from New York smothered her child and then posted the pictures on Facebook.
Oh, wow.
And,
wow.
And the how it's rocking me, man, it's so much madness is going on right now, brother. Do you feel that these youngsters out here, man, will we have to be taken into a state of actual Jim Crow before they wake up and say, you know what, man, we're going in a bad direction? Or will they be able to wake up before then? Because right now, it seems like they just don't get it.
Man, you know what? I was on CNN talking about this the other day, about all these kids getting killed by their parents. The thing is, man, you got a bunch of people, and I said this on CNN, you got a bunch of narcissistic-ass people out here who are just not ready to have kids. A lot of these hood rats, too. And what happens is that they have these kids. After that initial euphoria of having a kid wears off, and after all that attention goes away from the baby shower and that new baby bullshit, after that goes away, now these hood rats realize that they have a responsibility. Now they can't go turn up at the club. You can't go on out here fucking all the 7 niggas you used to fuck with the newborn baby because niggas ain't trying to fuck with you like that no more. You can't do all that old ratchet shit. You can't go to All-Star Weekend and do all that nigga shit. So now you become resentful of the kid, and then you start low-key sabotaging the kid. That's what that shit is really about. These selfish ass Negroes out here who ain't really ready to have no kid. They just wanted an excuse to get attention, and now they're killing these babies. This is why black men, we got to step up to the plate and say, hey, look, we ain't fucking with these black feminists. We ain't fucking with these hood rats. We ain't fucking with these ratchets. We're going to get our shit together, and we're only going to fuck with women with their shit together, and that's how we're going to get stuff popping. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you, brother. Amen to that, man.
Much
And
respect.
I just hope, man, because it just seems like we're in a state of flux, and I really don't think that the message is getting through. I mean, on a daily basis, and I mean, you spoke on it earlier, we're getting our ass whooped by the cops, or rather our sisters are getting their ass whooped by the cops. Our children are being killed. And I mean, brothers are knocking each other out, man, for the most ignorant of reasons, man. It just seems like something is not clicking, man. It's almost like a state of madness.
Yeah, we got to get male leadership in the game, man. We got to get that black male leadership, man. We need brothers to stand up and say enough is enough. We're going to be the leaders. I don't give a damn about the ratchets no more, because the thing is, we've let the ratchets run the show. We've let the black feminists call the shots. So it's time to stop all that, and it's time for us to fix it. You feel me? It's up to us to fix it. Let me get some more calls. Thanks for the calls, fam. All right. Okay, yeah. Where's Jason? I want Jason's ass to call in. I want Jason to call in. Did somebody say he was calling in? And that's the thing, brother. Y'all got to stop knocking up the ratchets. I know that easy ass is just irresistible. We got to get the brothers to say, hey, look, leave these dusty dudes alone. We got to just say, look, let the ratchets be ratchets. We got to build. We got to create. We got to do it. It's up to the men. Yeah, Jason ran. He's bullshit. He said the line is busy. What number is he calling from? You heard who was cooning on Hidden Colors 3? Yeah, he's bullshitting around. He ain't trying to call. Oh, yeah. Did anybody tape me when I was on CNN? I need a copy of that. I think we taped it on TV, but I don't have a copy of it. We're still going to send all the Hidden Colors 3 to the rest of the backers. We sent a lot of them out, but the thing is, it was a run on the bank. Everybody hit us at once. We're stocking up tomorrow. We restock on everything tomorrow. What's up, Brian? How you doing, fam? Let's see who this is. What's up? Who's calling?
Yo, what's up? This is Rome out of New York.
Hey, Rome, how you doing, fam?
I'm doing real good, man. I feel what you're saying about the black feminists jumping on the white feminist movement. They did the same thing in the 70s and the 60s. You know, they use black community as canaries in a coal mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They've always
they like to, you know, use new policies and test them out on us and see how our community gets affected by it. I feel everything you're saying. But I want to touch on something that nobody seems to be talking about, because if you look on Twitter, it's like all these black men are like swarming over black women left and right, right?
Right.
But doesn't that kind of contradict what a lot of black women say, where black men were pole vaulting over all the black women to get with white women?
Yeah, well, again, dude, the feminists, the black feminists, their narratives are so contradictory. In one breath, they say, well, the brothers are ignoring us for the white women. But then in another breath, we're harassing them every single day. So I'm like, damn, which one is it? Are we harassing you every day or are we ignoring you? Which one is it? So they can't seem to get their narrative right. This is why I say ignore them. Don't even talk to them. Let's really ignore them and don't talk to them so there will be no confusion. Another narrative they have is that for 40 years, 45 years, the black feminists and these women have been running around talking about we don't need a man, we're independent, we don't need a man. Now that black women are getting beat up by these racist white cops, now that they're talking about this street harassment, a lot of these black feminists have the nerve to say, well, the black men ain't protecting us. If y'all would protect us.
Heard that one.
I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. You can't go around for 45 years talking about you don't need us, you can do it on our own, black man ain't shit, we don't need a black man. Then all of a sudden, how come you ain't protecting us? Remember, you get what you ask for. You get what you ask for. If you keep speaking on something, you bring that into fruition. So you can't complain if you get something that you've been talking and speaking on for the last 40-something years. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you, man.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for the call, fam. Okay, Jason is calling from... Okay, I'm waiting on him. Okay, I'm waiting on him to call. I'm waiting on you to call, Jason. Waiting on Jason to call. And the phone ain't ringing. The phone ain't ringing. Okay. I'm waiting on him to call from whatever number y'all said he's calling from. He's not calling. Yeah, he's trolling. This dude is just trolling. He's not calling. Let me see who this is. Hello, who's calling?
Hey, this is
Dude, I have to call. You gotta call. Hey, who is this?
This is Randy from Memphis, Tennessee.
I'm gonna have you call back in a minute, fam. Hold on. Man. Okay, I'm waiting on this dude to call up. Hello, who's calling?
Hey, what's up, Flex? Andre from New York.
Hey, Andre, I'm gonna have you call up. Call back in a minute, fam. Call back. All right. What's up? Who's calling? Wait, hold on. Wait. I think this might be him. Somebody. Well, let's see. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Hello, who's calling? Hello.
Greetings, Tariq, Dr. Johnson.
All right, this is Jason Johnson right here on the phone. What's going on, family?
I'm good. I had several people tweeting me asking that I come and participate in the conversation. It was flattering and surprising. Y'all obviously aren't operating on the East Coast time, but that's okay.
That's all right. We're on the West Coast. So somebody was saying that you had some disagreements with me. What were your disagreements, Jason?
Well, we were tweeting, I believe it was on Friday night. My primary disagreement was this. If your interest, as you say, is in informing progressive blacks about the things that we need to do to save and protect and uplift our people,
right?
Engaging in long-winded, angry, and hostile arguments with black women who happen to be feminists online, I don't think it serves that purpose.
Pause right there, sir. Wait, sir, we got to pause right there because the only people, and if you look at my tweets, I go out of my way to not use insults, profanity, or any vulgarities. So the people using the long, angry narratives were the black feminists. So let's be very clear on that, Mr. Jason.
Did you or did you not use the term Negro bed lynch?
I used that on a podcast of mine. I didn't use it on Twitter. I used that on a podcast of mine. So, but we're talking about, now let's not blur the lines because we can talk about that too. But right now we're talking about on Twitter as far as this whole hashtag of stop street harassment. Now, when I'm on Twitter, I go out of my way to be extremely polite because I know that the black feminists are going to use very vulgar language and I try to rise above that. So do you criticize them for being vulgar and aggressive and insulting when they use their narratives on Twitter? Because I never see you do that.
Well, the reason that I approached you, I'm going to be very clear about this.
Brother, Jason, I want Jason,
appreciation for your hidden colors.
Jason, brother, yeah. Hold on. Because I wanted an answer. You did that last night. When I asked you something, you go to another thing. I actually wanted an answer.
No, let me be clear because I'm going to answer your question. What you would consistently do is you would say, if somebody gave you an answer you didn't like, you would say they were deflecting. I'm answering your question.
No, you would just ask you something and then you go to something else. Go ahead.
My original reason for approaching you is because I had a great deal of respect for your hidden colors film.
Right.
I was like, okay, this guy is a reasonable dude. And I think he's probably being unfairly attacked
by some people who get caught up in whatever kind of ideological nonsense that they have.
Right.
But nobody who makes those films can't be someone who's capable of having a reasonable argument. So that's why I approached you. There are other people, and I'm not going to go through everybody's hashtag and everybody's Twitter handle. There are other people who identify themselves as black feminists or may simply be supporters or people who are advocates of the OK Sis hashtag, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Plenty of those people are rude as well. But I'm not interested in them. I'm interested in the guy who's produced work that I respect.
Right.
And so I assume, hey, this is a guy that can be spoken to. I don't know any of these other silly people. So I wouldn't even approach them.
So you don't take them.
So this is what you produce. I was like, this is a guy I can talk to.
Right. So you don't take them seriously, which I don't either to a certain degree. So we're in agreement to that. We're in agreement with that. A lot of this, their rhetoric, you just don't take seriously, and I'm glad you kind of admitted that. But something else that was very interesting we talked about as far as this whole street harassment thing, right? We had a discussion on that, and my thing with you is we talked about the motives behind it, and you said that the motives doesn't matter as long as we talk about street harassment. Am I being correct?
No. What I said was, one. Just because there may be people who are racists, who are promoting a white supremacist agenda.
Right.
Okay. Right. People like that exist everywhere. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who are advocates and in favor of the UOK sis, it doesn't necessarily mean that those people are actively or even passively working for white supremacy. And when you say that, when you start a conversation by automatically assuming that the other side are ignorant tools or willing tools, then your chances of actually changing any minds or engaging in real education is limited.
Now, Jason, wait. Now, let me answer that. Let me address that now. Jason, when we point that out, because again, a lot of times I ask people what their position on the street harassment is, and then we gradually bring it to their attention that, hey, do you know who's behind this and what their agenda is? Now, when they give me the answer, it doesn't matter. And you told me that last night too, that it doesn't matter. Street harassment is still real. That's a problem right there. Is that not?
No, I actually disagree. I mean, I don't think, from what I have read that you have produced on your timeline, so if there's additional information, I'm perfectly open to it. I don't think you've proven that the people behind the UOKSIS hashtag are this mysterious group of open white supremacy.
No.
One white woman whose name is Carl, I don't know what her entire name is, but that is the only evidence that I have seen you produce thus far. But even beyond
wait, let's stop there because let me be very clear. Because you said an open white supremacist. My thing is, a white supremacist or suspected white supremacist, as I like to use, these are people who use black people for their own political, social gain. People who are non-black who use black people in an inferior manner. They don't have to be Klansmen. They don't have to be skinheads. Any people who manipulate black people, I look at them as white supremacists. So let's be very clear. Now, when I gave you a link last night showing you that these white feminists are trying to pass a law to criminalize verbal street harassment. You told me that the law was just symbolic. Did you not tell me that?
Yes, because it will never get passed.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Seriously, that would never get passed. And you mentioned, or several people mentioned, well, we said the same thing about stop and frisk, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
That is a law. Stop and frisk is a law that was passed in a particular city because it was a way for cops to abuse people, which is what police often do. For street harassment to even function, it's almost impossible for someone to pass a law against street harassment because you'd have almost no way of enforcing it.
That's the point. That's the point, Jason.
Screaming and yelling about a law that not only does not exist, but will be almost impossible to implement and enforce.
Brother,
that doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't. The fact that it's arbitrary is the reason why they want to enforce it, because now it can be left up to the discretion of the accuser. It's not impossible for them to have a law like that because they had it already. They already had laws like that. If a black person said something to a white person, bam, you can get locked up. They had laws, so how is that impossible?
If a white person goes in and accuses somebody black of all sorts of random crimes, black people get thrown in jail all the time. We're aware of it. But you're talking about something which has to do with communication, which you would have no proof of. None.
They didn't have proof of trade.
Arguing about a theoretical law.
Jason.
Arguing about a theoretical law doesn't make any sense.
Jason.
And again,
Jason.
in the larger scheme of things.
Jason. Did they have proof? Yeah. Did they have proof that Trayvon Martin beat up George Zimmerman?
No, but that involved cops.
Oh God, dude. So you think if it didn't involve a cop, it involved Zimmerman. It didn't involve a cop. No, it didn't. It didn't involve a cop. They didn't have proof.
Actually, it involved police from the very beginning. Well, it involved the fact that the police got there to the scene late, as they always do, and then he told them a particular story, and they engaged the investigation. And they
Jason, now you're being disingenuous. Jason, it involved the cops after the fact. Jason, and it involved the cops after the fact. It involved the cops after the fact, after the so-called crime was already committed, but it did not involve cops. It was an arbitrary accusation, and the public believed it. The jury believed it, Jason. So how do you sit up and tell me that they couldn't pass a law like that, and they're doing it already? They doing it with not only did they do it with Trayvon Martin, they did it with Jordan Davis. They did it with Jordan Davis.
Failure to file a police report, which is why everybody got involved in protest. Okay. And that is 100 miles away from whether or not somebody could make an empty accusation saying, this person said something to me that made me uncomfortable. And the idea that you could enforce that, it wouldn't happen unless you had police.
That is Jason. That is incorrect, Jason. That is incorrect, my brother. They did the same thing with Jordan Russell Davis down in Florida again. When Michael Dunn said he said something to me and made me uncomfortable, so I had to kill him. Remember, they acquitted him of the murder and got him on the attempted murder. So that what you're saying is incorrect. It's being proven incorrect, sir.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, because what you actually have to do, and look, and this is what I'm talking about, is for what I consider to be, fairly non-productive. I'm the last person on the face of the planet, under any circumstances, to not believe that the legal system and how it's implemented is constantly and consistently, because it was constructed in a way.
I keep pointing out recent cases to you. I keep pointing out recent cases, and you keep dismissing them.
This particular law that doesn't exist will not work the way you said it will, because it doesn't exist and it wouldn't even get passed.
That's why they're trying to get it passed. They're trying to get it. Do you understand this lady is trying to get it passed? You don't think she can get it passed?
No, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, Tariq.
But why,
so in the meantime,
why are they getting money? Why are they getting money for this?
Having conflict with black women who happen to be feminists, and like I said, questioning the motivation of other people and saying that just because they have this belief system that they're automatically tools of white supremacists, that doesn't help. That was my only argument.
Okay, now Jason, but let's get back to the legalities. Now, Jason, let me ask you this. The white feminists. So do you think, Jason, that the white feminists genuinely care about black women being harassed in the streets? Do you honestly believe that?
You're asking me to speak for an entire group of people, which no one can do. There are lots of African-American women who say they're feminists. There are lots of white women who say they're feminists. For me to say...
Let me break it down then. Let me be specific. Let me break it down.
That's kind of like
let me be specific, Jason.
Like big butts and
let me be specific, Jason.
I can't speak for all
Let me be specific. Do you think that the lady behind the street harassment campaign, Holly Curl, who the links I showed you, do you think that she's genuinely concerned about the black women being harassed by black men? Do you think that that white feminist is genuinely concerned about that?
I don't know. All right, I don't know her.
Okay. So my thing is, I don't think she is, because no white feminist groups back black women against white males. Is that true or not true? If it's true, prove it.
Number one, you can't really say all feminist groups.
Prove it then, Jason. Prove it to me, brother. Prove a white feminist group that backed a black feminist group of black women against white males.
let's go back to the rhetorical route.
Let's go to no, Jason. Let's go to the proof route. Jason, let's go to the proof route. No, Jason, no, Jason. Let's go to the proof route. I don't want to go rhetorical. I want proof. Can you prove that white feminists in history, any of them, anytime in history, backed black women against white males? That's a very specific question, not rhetorical. Either can you prove it or can't you prove it?
You can't prove it either, and I never
because it doesn't happen. I can prove it. It doesn't happen. Jason, I can prove it. They never did it. I can prove it. They never did it.
It doesn't make any sense.
That's not changing the goalpost. I'm telling you, they've never done it. White feminists have never proved. They never backed black women up.
The law stuff won't work.
Jason,
the law stuff won't work.
Now
I can't tell you what every single white feminist on the planet or every.
I'm talking about not even just any of them, brother, any of them. They've never backed black women up against white males. You know that. Let's not pretend, Jason. They've never done that.
I'm not pretending anything.
All right, well,
I am not going to argue for or against feminists because I'm not a feminist.
But you are arguing, but that's your argument. That's your whole purpose, brother. That's your whole purpose, sir.
I understand why, but you're trying to ask me to defend people who I actually am not defending or supporting one way or another. So
well, you are, brother. Well, you are.
I want you to explain the decisions of Dan Gilbert. You're not a terror fan. What difference does it make?
But we're talking about feminists. We're talking about black feminists right now. We're talking about white feminists and black feminists. That's what we're talking about right now. And so I'm asking questions pertaining to that. So it is a relevant question, Jason.
Right. But the problem is you are speaking about all white women who happen to be feminists and all African American women who happen to be feminists. And neither you, even in asking that question, I doubt you can name 10 different white feminist organizations. I certainly know I can't because I'm not a feminist. So when you
that's not the point. That's a non sequitur, brother. That's a non sequitur.
You can't answer the question yourself.
Because it's a non sequitur. That question is irrelevant. The question is about support. Why are these white feminist organizations all of a sudden supporting black women with street harassment when they don't support black women in anything else, especially with black women getting beat up by cops lately? All of a sudden they want to support black women when the face of street harassment is black men. I'm saying that they're doing it for nefarious reasons. You're saying they'll never get a law passed. They'll never get this passed. And I'm saying it's a possibility for them to get it passed because they can get any law passed against us. We live in a system of white supremacy. So anything goes with us. They got Jason. Hold on, brother. Hold on, Jason. Hold on, Jason.
White supremacist organization without being able to explain which white women are supposedly involved, and that doesn't. Again, we get caught up as a people in forgetting that this entire system is constructed in a way to cause us harm. But. If we start screaming and yelling about every single organization and we generalize everybody as a group, then we can't win.
Well,
that's not helpful.
We're not going to win by having people come around with nefarious reasons and manipulating us into co-signing movements that they have that they're not telling us what their real solution is. The woman behind street harassment should have told people that she's trying to get a law passed that's going to criminalize black men. That's what she's trying to do. Whether you think she's going to get it passed or not, I don't care what you think, and I'm saying that respectfully. I'm still looking at them because what if she does get it passed? That's my thing. You don't know whether the law get passed. If she does get it passed, now I'm worried, and I'm looking at the white supremacists. That's my point, Jason.
Right. Well, again, as I told you before, it ain't going to be passed. But more importantly,
you don't know that. You don't know that.
The problem is you are telling people who are supporting the OK Sis hashtag, you're telling them that they're all dumb and that they're all being manipulated. And what I'm
didn't say that at all. No, brother. No, Jason, don't do that. Stop. No. Don't say it. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all because a lot of them aren't dumb. A lot of them know full well what the white supremacists are trying to do. They're not dumb at all because when you point it out and they still choose to ignore it, that means they're not dumb. That means they're perfectly okay with throwing other black people under the bus. That's what I'm looking at too.
You're making blanket. You're making
because I'm talking about a blanket group. I'm talking about a blanket group of people, so I'm going to make blanket statements.
Okay, I can say with a great degree of confidence right now that 99% of the people who are probably retweeting OK Sis right now are not sitting to themselves saying, oh boy, now that this law is, I hope this law gets passed so that Negroes can be thrown in prison. I promise you, the vast majority of the people who are retweeting that hashtag right now are doing it because they believe that when women walk down the street, many of them are subjected to overt and aggressive sexual words that make people uncomfortable and make a hostile sort of working or public space environment, et cetera, et cetera. And this is a way to bring awareness to that. That's what most people are doing it for.
No, they're not. I don't believe that, Jason. I don't believe that, Jason. I don't believe that because when you talk to these people, if they're just trying to bring awareness and then you ask them a question and then they curse you out and all this on Twitter, most of these people are not trying to bring awareness. Sounds like they just have vitriol towards black people in general. These are just black people who don't like other black people. So that's what I look at it as. I don't think they're trying to bring awareness to anything.
And here's the thing. By having that attitude, all you're doing is create. And again, this goes back to what I told you from the beginning.
Well, not even an attitude, Jason. I'm just going by their words. A lot of them are like, fuck black men ain't shit, fuck them. A lot of them, I'm going by their words. So I'm not using an attitude. I'm just listening to what they have to say.
And what I'm telling you is, as a thought leader, and as someone who is looked to and listened to by many different people,
right?
What I know you realize,
absolutely, that
your personal experiences and your anecdotal interactions are not necessarily generalizable. Because I can tell you from my personal interaction with these people, that's not what I hear. So I'm neither negating your experiences nor am I saying
you're choosing to ignore what you're reading on Twitter. But that's you're choosing to ignore that. You're choosing to ignore what you're reading on Twitter, brother. You're choosing to ignore.
Either one of us to operate as if we're the only way that the system works.
Well, it sounds like you're choosing to ignore a lot of the stuff on Twitter because it's very easy to see their views and their ideology. They're not even trying to hide it. And the thing is, when you ask them what their ideology is or what the solution is, people are very disingenuous about what they think the solutions are. A lot of people, not only that, a lot of people feel like black men should be locked up. Some of them straight up said that they do believe that certain black men should be locked up for verbally harassing them. This is what a lot of these so-called black feminists on Twitter have said. So I'm going by their words. I'm not using anecdotal evidence or any of my attitude. I'm just going by what they said. Yes, sir.
That's the very definition of anecdotal evidence. You're talking about the people who you happen to have spoken to.
No, the people on Twitter that we can all verify and see.
That's like me saying every person who I know is a fan of chewing tobacco.
But you can't verify that. But I can't verify people you know. But I can't verify people you know, brother. I can't verify people you know, but I can verify the people on Twitter.
That's the people you've interacted with.
See, the thing is, I can't verify people that you know because I don't know them, but I can verify the people who are making tangible remarks on Twitter that we can both see. So we have a barometer to go by, brother. So that's a real big difference there. We're talking apples and oranges.
Not really, because like I said, it's like I can bring 20 scientists who say global warming is real, and you can bring 20 scientists who say global warming isn't real. The fact of the matter is because you can have two people who have vastly different experiences in interacting with folks who necessarily have the same ideology means that neither one of us could logically or responsibly say, well, then all the people are this or that.
Okay, so Jason,
who happen to be feminists don't need to be nearly as problematic when I interact with them and occasionally disagree as the people that you interact with.
So Jason, the thing is this.
Doesn't help.
So people on Twitter who are co-signing the tag, because again, my thing is this: as far as street harassment, of course, street harassment is bad. Nobody should make harassing comments to anybody. I mean, of course, that's a given. But aside from that, even though I'm there, do you think we should ignore the white female feminists who are trying to push these laws? Should we ignore them because you said just because you think the law won't go through, should we still ignore them and their ulterior motives?
First off, you would have to prove that their ulterior motive is what you say it is, and you don't have any proof of that other than the fact that you think all feminists, and certainly all white feminists,
somebody give me a link. Okay, Jason, stop. Now you're being intellectually dishonest, Jason. I gave you proof last night. I gave you a link.
That's not proof.
Jason.
You mentioned you have one article with one white woman who you assume is part of a larger white supremacist agenda, whether she is conscious of it or not.
Jason, now you're being disingenuous, Jason.
Jason,
you're being disingenuous. Jason.
That's one anecdote.
That's an article. Jason. You're being dishonest, Jason. Jason. Back to the room. All right, okay. Now, Jason, I showed you the lady who's behind the street harassment campaign. I showed you a link in her words.
By the way, can I also mention that it's disputed as to whether or not she is behind OK Sis, so that's also part of the problem. It's kind of like you have an album that's made and you got 5 different people who say they came up with the beat. Because to be honest with you, many of the African American women who are the advocates of OK Sis, they say this woman did not come up with it.
She's behind. No, she's behind.
Street harassment and OK Sis.
That's semantics, Jason. Semantics, Jason. She's behind the street harassment campaign, and they put Feminista Jones out there to be in charge of the so-called hashtag. Whoever creates the hashtag is irrelevant. Who's behind the political movement and what's that? Come on, brother. That is true. There's a political movement behind it. Now, arguing about that's a straw man argument, dude. That's a straw man argument, dude. That's a straw man argument, Jason. Come on, dude. Who's behind the hashtag? Who's behind the entire street harassment movement, dude? Don't argue with me about semantics. You know better than that, dude. That's like you want to talk about a uniform. If you talk about a uniform and then you want to argue what the color is. We're talking about a uniform and you're arguing what the color of the uniform is. Dude, stop it. Dude.
I'll listen to the video, but who you can't prove is actually engaging in the behavior that you say they're engaging in.
This person who's behind street harassment, the whole street harassment movement campaign, this woman has said in her own words she's trying to create a law. I showed you a link and you're choosing to ignore that, brother. You're choosing to ignore that.
No, I said various times that...
Brother, you're choosing to ignore that.
...create a law doesn't mean that the law is actually going to get passed. Doesn't mean that it was...
Now you just said there wasn't proof. Now you said there wasn't proof. Brother, you said there wasn't proof. Brother, hold on.
The ultimate goal of the law is to...
Coon train is coming. Coon train is coming.
What about black on black crime?
The proof is that she's trying to create a law. You can't prove that the purpose of the law is to put black men in jail.
Brother, that is the ultimate goal of the law because they're using black men as the face of street harassment. So that is the ultimate goal. So it is true.
Can't prove that.
I can't prove that. I showed you a link of them showing nothing but black men as street harassment. Yes, I did.
What you said was a link from BuzzFeed, and I'm telling you.
Yes, it is. And the street harassment people promoted that link. The street hold on, brother.
Get harassed by the men who are in the community that they live in. So if you're a white guy and you live around a bunch of white people, that's who you're mostly talking to. And if you're a black person,
well, how come you don't? They got a link. When they put out a link, brother, they put out a link of nothing but black men. They put out a link of black men representing them as street harassers. That's a problem. When they put out a link of black men showing them as street harassers, what do we have to do to look between the lines? Because they're not going to come right out and say, hey, we're going to target black people. So it's up to us to be smart enough to say, hey, look, they have an agenda here. You're sitting up talking about, well, they didn't say it, and you know better than that, brother. You know better than that. They're using an agenda.
What I'm telling you is that at the beginning of this conversation, I said, this is ultimately a waste of time. And the rhetoric used in this debate ends up being more divisive than being helpful. And I also said that you cannot prove, and I'm telling you this because I think ultimately it ends up wasting everybody's time, you can't prove that, one, that the person who quote-unquote created street harassment as a white woman Because you have plenty of other people who say, actually, she didn't come up with that.
Brother, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Jason, stop. Jason, stop. That's not true. Jason, brother. Jason. Okay, brother, I got it, brother. Jason, dude. That's what you said is not true. You said I can't prove that she's a white woman. Yes, I can. I got the woman's name.
No, that is what I said is you cannot prove that she created the street harassment movement, because what I'm telling you is that there are various people who have said, actually, no, she didn't come up with that. It was something I came up with on my own because it's something that lots of different people have experienced.
That's not true, brother.
That's why you
brother, that is not true.
You can have 10 different people in the studio.
Brother, that's not true.
You can't just say,
brother, you just talking and talking ain't gonna make it true. What you're saying is not true, Jason. This woman created this new street harassment movement. It was created by this woman. She's out here pushing it. She's a consultant to the UN, so this woman has all types of political clout. She's the brains behind this whole movement. So what you're saying is not true. Whoever else you're talking about, I don't know who they are, but behind this movement, that woman is behind it. Holly Curl is behind it.
There are other people.
That nobody knows who they are, brother.
The first time I heard about street harassment was actually over a year ago. Over a year ago, there are plenty of people, and not long before the OK Kiss hashtag.
I know that street harassment was created by white feminists in the 80s.
So it's the claim that this lady came up with it. No, there are lots of different people who have been addressing this particular issue.
Jason, stop. Jason, you're blurring the lines, Jason. You're blurring the lines, Jason. You're blurring the lines, Jason. Now you're talking about street harassment as an ideology and street harassment as a movement. Now, street harassment as an ideology, that was created by another white feminist in 1981. So technically, the ideology of street harassment, in theory, has been around since 81. But the modern movement was started by Holly Curl, and she has political connections with the UN and other government agencies, and she's behind that. We have proof. I showed you the proof. And I'm showing you what this woman's agenda is. You choose to ignore it, brother.
It's the terminology that you're using. No, I'm not ignoring anything.
Yes, you are. You're ignoring that, brother.
This is what I was talking about as far as productive dialogue.
Right.
Just because somebody disagrees with the evidence that you present or interprets the evidence.
You said I didn't have any evidence.
It doesn't mean that there's plenty. It means I disagree with you.
Well, if I show you,
say, look, this is from the moon, and you can say,
it's like, I'm showing you there's a bottle of water. You're like, no, it's not, and that's your argument. I'm showing you this is a bottle of water, and you're saying, no, it's not. I'm like, this is water. You're like, no, it's not. And that's your argument. So it's like your argument is like it's not even intellectually honest, brother. So I'm showing you the evidence. And you're just like, you're using the deny everything. You're just using the deny everything argument.
I mean, again, we can jump up and down and bang our heads against the wall. None of this actually ends up saving anybody. None of this actually ends up helping anybody.
But what's going to help us is to know what they're coming at us with.
First off, you're not going to stop people who are legitimately and sincerely concerned about the sexual and physical safety of women walking around.
What's the solution? What's the solution?
It's foolish.
What's the solution? What's the solution, Jason? Jason, what's the solution? What's the solution? Jason, hold on.
Because there is no such thing as an ideology.
Where's the white women at? All white peoples ain't bad. We is our own worst enemy.
I can't hear you, brother. I had when you talk over me, I got to put the Coon Train video on because you're running off the tracks with it, brother. I can't hear you when you're just going on and on, brother. Yeah, but brother, Jason, when I'm talking, you got to listen, brother, because when I'm trying to talk and you're talking over me, I got to hit you with the Coon Train because nobody can hear anything, brother, and we can't understand what you're saying. And I can't interject. I'm giving you an opportunity to say what you got to say, but then you're just trying to bogart, and that's not dialogue, brother. Now, what I have to say to that, what you just said, is that I'm showing you lots of evidence, brother, but you choose to ignore a lot of the evidence that I'm giving you. And saying, well, that's not proof. Well, that's not a real debate.
Actually, it is. It is. If I accept the evidence that you present and I find it less than convincing, because it doesn't present a tremendous amount of facts. That's exactly what the debate is. If I refuse to read what you presented, then that would be different.
But you said
you pick one link with one particular person, and you have absolutely no proof. You have no proof whatsoever that this person's goal is to put black men in jail with a law that has not been passed. That is what you think will happen, and that is your concern.
Right.
And your concern is legitimate. But your ability to prove that that's where this is going is nowhere to be seen.
Well, I can't prove that she said it. It is to be seen. Jason, now that's very dangerous. So now, in order for me to so-called prove it, we have to wait till the law goes through?
Yeah. What you would have to be able to demonstrate is that this particular person, first off, has the ability to pass a law that, again, would never get passed. But second,
you don't know that. How do you know that? You don't know that, brother. You don't know that law would get passed.
You don't know it either.
But you don't know the law would get passed.
Behaving as if this is something that's popping up around the corner. Goodness gracious, there have been all sorts of laws that people have tried to pass in this country that don't get passed all the time.
But if the law is going to affect me, but if the law is going to affect me, if the law is going to affect me, I want to know about it.
Interrupting people, I'm still speaking. You wouldn't let me finish.
Yeah, but if the law is going to affect me, if the law is going to affect me, I want to know about it.
There are people who have attempted to pass laws in this country since time immemorial that don't get passed. You have not been able to demonstrate, which again is part of the problem, that this woman has specific hostile intent towards people of color.
I do.
So what you're doing is you're saying because she's white and because she happens to be a feminist,
I do.
And because she may be advocating some sort of insane law that'll never get passed,
I do.
That her long-term goal is to cause people harm.
I do.
And again, what I would ask you is, what then would you suggest for those African Americans out there who are concerned about this particular issue, like it's only black people, but for people who are concerned about this particular issue, what would you suggest as an alternative?
Why can't
give into your premise? Let's say that she's a terrible human being. Then what would you advocate for the men and women who are like, okay, we won't work with her, but what should we do about street harassment? What is your advice?
My advice,
what is your alternative suggestion, Tariq?
My advice, number one, I would say, let's get together and stop these police officers from beating black women in the face. That's number one. My concern right now wouldn't be a black man trying to holler at a woman on the streets. Right now, we need economic empowerment. We need black businesses. We need to get these police off our asses. We need to stop them from shooting our kids in the goddamn face. That's what I would talk about first before I start talking about a brother hollering at a woman on the streets. We got bigger fish to fry if we're going to go there, brother.
But here's the issue. Here's the issue. If number one, this is important to take into consideration. Anytime we have these discussions, or anytime anyone has these discussions where we pretend it's an either or, you got some black person who's like, hey, we need to take more care of, nutrition in the black home. And someone's like, no, it's not. That's not the most important thing. We should be looking on this. People can pat their head and rub their tongue. Okay? So just because you're talking about street harassment, which you just diminished by saying it's just brother trying to holler at a woman, and that's part of the problem because you're diminishing what people are talking about.
Whoa, stop. Hold on, wait, I got it. Stop, you're going to have to stop. You're going to have to stop.
Coon Trade is coming.
What about black on black crime?
Coon Trade is coming.
Where's the white women at?
Coon Trade is coming.
All right. That's not true. That's not true because right now, street harassment is all verbal. That's all it is. When it boils down to it, Jason, street harassment is basically dudes trying to holler. It ain't about grabbing because there's already assault laws on the books, brother.
That is your definition?
No, that's the law. That's the law. Ain't my definition, dude. That's the law. I've seen the law, street. I've seen the law.
You just said there's no law.
There is a street harassment law. It's just not a verbal, dude. It is a street harassment law. Did you know that? It's street harassment laws in damn near 50 states. It is a law, but it's not verbal. Street harassment constitutes grabbing somebody. It constitutes following somebody twice. I know the law in and out. So there is a street harassment law. They're trying to amend it. I'm telling you. Okay, are you going to listen to me, brother?
I'm listening.
All right.
I always.
All right, listen to me. I'm telling you, there's street harassment laws. I can pull them up if you need them. They have laws that constitute street harassment. Most of it has to do with physical, grabbing, touching, groping, holding. It has to do with physical contact. Also, it has to do with following people a certain amount of blocks if you follow a person twice, but it doesn't have anything to do with verbal, which is what the feminists, the white ones, are trying to get on the books. They want to make it verbally a crime to verbally harass somebody. That's the thing I have a problem with, because these laws will become very arbitrary. When you say it's verbally illegal to say something to somebody, that leaves it open to a lot of stuff. But they're already laws, so do not go play this whole, well, woman shouldn't be grabbed. Of course you shouldn't be grabbed. That's not street harassment. That's assault, and there's already laws for that. We're talking about verbal harassment, brother, so I'm not diminishing anything. That's what street harassment in this conversation pertains to, verbal harassment.
And what I said, actually, if you would allow me to finish.
Go ahead, brother.
What I'm also talking about is some 16-year-old girl who's walking home from Target where she works, and some guy's like, hey, I want to do this to you, I want to do that to you, I want to do this to you, I want to do that to you. She's like, hey, leave me alone. They happen to be at the same bus stop. He don't touch her. He doesn't threaten her. But on the bus, at the bus stop, and all the way home until her stop, this guy is constantly saying sexually aggressive and explicit things to her, and this young woman is like, look, I don't want to be subjected to this. Now, there's freedom of speech in this country.
That ain't got nothing to do with freedom of speech. There's a law against that.
Freedom of speech. Are you going to let me finish?
There's a law against what you just said. There's a law against what you just said.
So what you can do, you can pretty much say what the heck it is you want to do, which is why criminalizing law wouldn't work. But what I'm saying is, for someone who may be retweeting OK Sis, it is perfectly reasonable for that person to believe, hey, look, I'm talking about that 16-year-old girl coming home from Target. And this dude is not just saying, hey, you look real pretty today, or oh my God, you're fine. That's a dude that's someone trying to holler. That's fundamentally different from some guy over and over and over again saying explicitly sexual things of what he wants to do to some woman who's coming home who's like, yo, I don't want to hear this crap. I'm just trying to get on the bus and get back to my place. Those are two different things.
So what you just described, okay, wait. All right, let me address that. All right, now what you just said is already illegal. If a dude is doing that, first of all, if he's over the age of 18 and he's doing that to a 16-year-old, that's pedophilia, that's child endangerment, so there's already a law against that on the books. Also, if he's following her, just constantly trying to get at her, there's already a law against that, brother.
I said being on the bus. I said you're sitting at the bus stop. That's not following. That's sitting at the bus stop.
Yeah, if he's just sitting there trying to get at the woman, and that goes into assault right there. That's assault if he won't let the person go. If he's just, if this person can,
17 years old, that's not assault.
If he what?
She's 16, he's 17 years old. They're sitting at the bus stop. He didn't follow her anywhere. That's not assault. He didn't threaten her. He was just constantly talking about the sexual things he wants to do. What I'm talking about as far as street harassment, which you said, well, it's just guys trying to holler, again, 16-year-old girl, 17-year-old guy, it starts off where he's like, hey, you really fine.
Listen to me, brother.
And she's like, hey, no thanks, I'm not really interested. Okay. And then he's like, well, I can do this, and I can do this, and I can do this. She's like, yo, dude, like, leave me alone. I'm trying to catch the bus.
Brother, that's called...
what I'm talking about. That's what a lot of people who support OK Sis are talking about.
But there's a law against that, what you just said. It's called stalking. That's the definition of stalking. So he can go to
stalking if you're in the same, if you're occupying the same place. It's not
that's stalking. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is stalking.
No, it's not. If you're occupying the same place, if you're
that's stalking.
If you are sitting at the same bus stop,
that's stalking, brother. That's stalking.
Stalking if somebody follows someone else, and I'm not following you if we're sitting at the same bus stop.
You ain't got to follow somebody to stalk them. You can be sitting in a tree to stalk somebody. If you're just there over a person, that's stalking. That's the definition of stalking.
Actually, no. It depends on what state you're in, actually. Trust me. I've done this work. It really, really depends on where you are. There's nothing illegal. The scenario that I just
what you just said is stalking.
With a 16 and 17-year-old girl, There is nothing illegal about that scenario at all.
Brother, that's stalking. In most places, that's stalking. Do you know the basic definition of stalking is unwanted obsessive attention by an individual or group towards another person. That's all it is, brother. That's stalking. You're trying to redefine what stalking is. I'm going to read it again. Unwanted obsessive attention by an individual.
The definition of stalking and the enforcement of stalking depends on what state you're at.
But it's
so
still.
What you just said was
but most states have stalking laws, brother.
In California, that's not necessarily stalking everywhere in the country.
But most places have stalking laws, and they have a basic definition of what stalking is.
See, now we're getting into vague things. You're saying most places this, that, and the other. And a second ago, you were saying it was everywhere. This is what I'm talking about.
Well, you're telling me something I don't know. I don't know anywhere where you can stalk a person and get away with it. I don't know anywhere where you can do that. I don't know nowhere where you can stalk. But you're telling me something that I might not know. Stalking is stalking.
What I'm telling you is that your definition of stalking is not the legal definition in every single state. And what I'm telling you is the scenario that I gave you.
I just gave you the basic definition of stalking.
That is not illegal. Nor would it be.
Yes, it is. Stalking. Yes, it is. Because all that woman has to do is say she's being stalked. Yes, it is.
No. Sorry, that actually would not legally be stalking. Now, you can find.
I know out here it would. Out here it would. No, out here in California it would be. Yes, out here it would be.
That shows that that's stalking and there's something you could be arrested for in your particular state, go for it. But you're not going to find that in all 50 states because it's not.
So what do you do? I know for a fact out here it's stalking because I've seen people go to jail for stuff like that. You harassing somebody and talking to them and won't let them go. I know it's a felony, not a felony, but it's a misdemeanor out here. So it depends on what state. That's up in the air, brother. So that's just kind of, that's a non sequitur.
And what I just told you is, that may be applicable where you happen to be. That is not illegal everywhere.
Okay, so do you suggest that they make it illegal in all the other places too?
No, what I'm suggesting is that the men and women, some of whom are advocates of the You OK Sis hashtag, are talking about the scenario that I gave, which is not someone being followed, which would not be defined as stalking, which is situational and which is episodic, where there are no laws at play that would defend someone or protect someone from that kind of behavior. And I promise you that if you were to have a conversation with a 16, 17, 25, 35, 45-year-old woman who has that experience at her bus stop or something else like that, waiting in the rain every day to catch it, I promise you that those men and women, those particular women, they ain't got the time or the energy to try to find out who the random dude is who keeps saying these inappropriate things to them, take them to court and everything else like that. So the idea of a hashtag is to simply, it's just like the stuff that people say about bullying right now. It's like, well, if you bring it to people's attention that this is inappropriate behavior, maybe it'll get somebody else. Maybe it'll be like an
But what if they don't? What if they don't, Jason? What if there's a stalker out there who's like, fuck that hashtag. I'm just going to stalk women. I'm going to just talk to them any kind of way. Hey, you got a fat ass. Damn Dr. Jason, damn Tariq Nasheed, because I tell dudes all the time, don't stalk women. I tell them not to harass all the time. I do a whole show and I write books on telling women how to talk to women and it's not harassing. But let's say there's some random dude out there, he's like, look, damn a hashtag, I want to harass women. Hey, you got a fat ass. What should happen to that brother? Legally.
Well, it really depends on what he does. I mean, like...
I just told you.
Again, when you said stalking, I don't know what you mean by stalking. Are you saying this is someone who follows someone home? Are you saying this is somebody who...
I'm asking you a very cut...
I mean, what do you mean by stalking? I honestly don't know.
I didn't say stalking. I'm like harassing now. I'm talking about harassing because street harassment, when it boils down to it, many of these women are saying, well, this guy said this. I don't deserve to be talked to rudely. The guy shouldn't say I got big titties. Okay, let's say guys insist on saying that to women. No matter what we do, we keep trying to bring awareness to them, and these dudes just keep on doing it. I don't like them to do it, but they just keep on doing it. Dr. Jason, what's the ultimate solution? What should be done to these men who keep doing it, even though we keep bringing awareness to them? What should be done, brother?
What I would suggest, and everybody would have to look at their situation where they happen to be, the brothers and sisters who see that kind of behavior and recognize that somebody else may be uncomfortable with being neat, step up and say something about it. Because that's about the best you can do.
That's the best you can do.
I don't think legally you could do much. If you see a woman, any decent man out there, if you see a woman who looks like she's being harassed, unless you think your life is going to be in danger, it don't take much. It don't take much to simply say, "Yo, dude, she ain't feeling it. Why don't you leave that shit alone?" Okay, and it's really fairly simple. That's pretty much what you do. And women can do that.
So hopefully she gets harassed where there's other people who can help her. So that's the answer?
That is literally, unless you're going to go into a whole lot of different random specific situations, that is literally the best answer, because the alternatives of which people can have plenty, I don't know how many of those things would be consistent and universal or even enforceable. That's what I'm talking about. If it's I mean, I don't know if you've ever been in this situation, but when I was younger, and when I was in school, I used to have to take buses 2-3 hours to get to my classes, et cetera, and a lot of times I have to get on the bus very early in the morning. It might just be me and one other person. If a young woman is in that situation where she's going to catch the first bus at 5:40, the next one at 7:20, et cetera, just to get to her job by 9 a.m. in the morning, and there's a guy at her bus stop at the second stop every single day who keeps saying inappropriate things to her, I don't know exactly how that woman's going to handle that situation. I don't. Because if she's alone, her best bet is maybe try to tell the bus driver or something else like that, because I do not know, one, because there aren't any laws that will be enforceable in that situation, I do not know what real recourses people have other than to seek the support of other like-minded and caring people. And unfortunately, that's just the case. It's just like bullying. I talk about this with bullying all the time. People are like, we need to have all these rules against bullying. You to a certain extent, you can't stop kids from being mean to each other.
Now, Jason, this is the issue right here. Now, because, again, a lot of these so-called black feminists, they don't have an answer either. But what's going to happen? The white feminist usually pops up around this time and say, hey, I have a solution. And this is when they say, look at this law we're trying to pass. Since you're by yourself, and since Brother Jason said that you should be protected, and the black feminist said you should be protected, and none of you know what to do, I have a solution. Let's create this law that'll stop those bad dudes in those alleys from attacking you verbally. How about let's put this street harassment law and amend it so that verbal harassment can be a crime, and now we have an app where you can use this app to inform law enforcement where these guys are. How about that? Do you think they won't do that?
Do you really believe, and I'm being somewhat disingenuous when I say, do you really believe that your average person, first off, I told you, and this is simply something that we disagree upon, there's no reason to beat the dead horse, I do not believe this will ever become a law. But you really believe that somebody who's trying to go to their job in the morning, who's on the bus at 5:45 a.m., believes that they can pull up an app on their phone that will inform the police, and that the police are going to give enough of a crap that they're going to show up at that bus stop and then attempt to arrest and try. That's insane. No one's going to bother. That will never happen.
It'll never happen.
I'm telling you the truth. I mean, look, if we want to get this sort of cultural knowledge and cultural narrative, well, 911 as a joke came out almost 25 years ago. We know that in most of our communities, the cops don't answer our calls anyway.
So it'll never happen. So you're saying a street harassment, something as crazy as a street harassment app will never happen?
I am telling you that a law that will make it illegal and therefore enforceable by 5 years in jail and $50,000 fine for being inappropriate to someone verbally, it does not include a threat. I'm telling you, that ain't gonna happen.
Jason.
Now, you and I can disagree on the likelihood of that occurring. And we are going to disagree, and that's fine. But what's important, which goes back to the core of what I was saying at the very beginning, which is why I approached you, just because you and I disagree on the likelihood of this ever being law doesn't mean that you are foolish, and it doesn't mean that I am naive about how white supremacy operates. And the problem is that when you suggest that because I disagree with you, that somehow I'm the man's tool or a fool, that's the conversation's break down.
Jason, so you saying that you just told me that it's just impossible. They would never do anything like that, make an app. Jason, I have news for you, brother. They already have it. They already have it. They already have it, Jason. I just put the link up in the room, Jason. They already have it, Jason. They already have a street harassment app, Jason.
You're misquoting me, Tariq. You're misquoting me, Tariq. Because what I told you
You just told me it was ridiculous.
The law. I said the law. I did not say
You're
that it's
backpedaling.
I said that someone who is suffering from street harassment, I find it highly unlikely.
You're backpedaling, Jason.
Would believe that clicking on an app is going to lead to anything happening. But I never said, and you can go back and listen to the tape, I never said that an app wouldn't happen. I said this law would not
Jason, you
I said this law would not be effective.
Dude, if they're getting money from the city of New York to create apps, they got $40,000, something like that. I think they get more. They created an app to help combat street harassment. They're already getting the money and the funding in order. So they are getting this. And you did say, you said that you did say that an app was something that that's not going to happen. So now you're backpedaling a little bit, brother. It is.
What I said is that woman in the scenario that I gave, or someone who's at this bus stop at 6 o'clock in the morning getting harassed every day, I really doubt that person believes
Jason,
that clicking on an app is going to result in the police somehow showing up and prosecuting.
So why did they create an app? So why did they create? Why is the city of New York giving people money for these apps, brother? The city of New York gave this organization money for an app. Why are they doing this?
I don't know. Are you on city council?
All right, brother. Jason, thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. It's been real. Thank you so much, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Brother, hold on.
Ain't bad. We is our own worst enemy. What about black on black crime?
Dude. Now, didn't he say, oh no, they ain't an app. They wouldn't dare have an app and all that. Didn't he just say that? Then I proved it. They already got the damn app. Well, I meant the law. They ain't gonna have a law. Okay, Jason. This is a filibustering dude right here. Whoever's in this dude's school, in his class, oh my God. No disrespect. And much respect to Jason. Much respect to Jason. And this brother is filibustering. This brother was like, an app? Oh, Lord, no. Ain't nobody gonna have no app. An app? Oh, no, ain't nobody gonna have no app. That wouldn't happen. Oh, God. You're just reaching. I didn't show this dude so much proof. And the minute you show him proof, he gets to backpedaling. I've showed this dude proof. You're like, how do you know? You can't prove that the lady behind street harassment is a white woman. What? We got her name. You can't prove that she's trying to pass a law. We got her in her own words. This is the denyingest nigga I've ever seen in my life. This brother denies everything. Oh, man, shout out to Jason. This brother will deny facts like it's nothing. This is the filibuster in this dude. My God. I mean, we just showed this brother the links. Well, we don't know if your links are true. The app, there's not going to be no app. That's it. I can't deal with the filibustering no more. That brother has to deny and deflect. He's double D'ing, denying and deflecting. They already got an app for street harassment. Bro, they already got it. The state of New York gave these women, I'm telling you what they're getting. This is documented. Well, I don't know. I don't work on the city council. I'm like, okay, dude. Okay, now you just being intellectually dishonest. Stop it. Boy, if y'all go to his class, nigga, get your credits at ICDC or some shit. Just get out. My God. Yeah, I said that. He's like, he laughed. I said, hey, they're going to get an app. You got to be kidding me. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. And that's what you got in your schools, family. And shout out to Brother Jason. He held his own, you know. But my man was filibustering. Oh, my niggas, he kicks those semantics real heavy. No, I'm not. No personal attacks. You know, shout out to the brother. I respect the dude and his work, you know. But my man didn't keep it 100. My thing is this, family. Brothers like that, and respect to the brother. You know, he was, you know, trying to hold his own. But that's very dangerous listening to cats like that. I'm telling y'all, it's dangerous to listen to cats like that. Because they're telling you, you got to wait till the law goes through before you do something about it. You got to wait till the law goes through in order to do something about it, and that's not how you get down. That's not how you get down. Wait, CJ, what you do? Okay, now you trolling. Oh, you just trolling. Rock hard, stop. Stop trolling. Let's just deal with the facts. I'm presenting facts, brother. Let's just deal with facts. Let me know if he proved anything I said that was unfactual, please let me know. Let's deal with facts. What did he prove anything that I said that was not true? Because every time I would post some facts or give him a link or tell him where to go, that's not true. Man. Man. Yeah, and then talking about, my man was just denying everything. If you're a dude and you walking up, you sitting up, just talking to a woman and telling her you want to do sexual things to her, that's stalking. That's stalking. That's by the definition of stalking. That is stalking. But again, my man denied something that we easily proved just now. My man just said, that's the killing part. The dude was, not only did he deny it, he vehemently denied it. An app? Oh, God. Come on, an app? Nobody's going to do an app. Who's going to waste time with an app and then the cops coming out with an app? Okay. Brother, they already got it. Brother, the sky is blue. You can't prove that. The sky is black right now. So my man was using the semantics thing. This dude just evaded everything. Dude, my God. I keep things on I keep it plain. I like to keep it plain. I don't like to filibuster with bullshit semantics. Let's keep it plain. When people start going all off, well, when I was a kid, I went to, no. Let's keep it plain, brother. Let's just keep it plain. Yes, indeed. Let's see who we got on the phone. Hey, what's up? Who's calling? Whoop, do I got him? Hey, who's calling?
Hey, what's up, Tariq? This AB from Orlando.
Hey, AB, how you doing, fam?
Not much. I just want to say something about guys like Jason, man.
Yeah.
It's just guys like that just like to disagree for the sake of disagreeing, get brownie points, and basically feel as though they're the only black people in their situation and they're kind of superior to other black people.
Yeah. Leotis, wait. Leotis Thomas, where you at? I want you to call up. I just saw a Twitter from you, Leotis from Chicago. Call up. He said, Leotis said, dude is getting at Tariq. Let me hear. I want Leotis to call up. All right, I'm going to have you call back, brother. Leotis, call up. I want your ass to call up. I want Leotis to call up. That's who I want. I want Leotis to call up. Yes, indeed. Let me see. Leotis, where you at? What's your name in the room, Leotis? Let's see what this is. But yeah, that's funny. Let's see what this is. What's up? Who's calling?
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Who's this?
Oh, this is Randy. I called earlier.
Hey, what's up? What's on your mind, man?
None. I just had a question for you specifically.
Go ahead, family.
All right. I remember you mentioned that black men need to step up and be leaders.
Yes.
And so I was wondering, how can my generation specifically, I'm 18, so young men, what do you think that young black men need to do to step it up?
The first thing you got to do, family, you're going to have to ignore and not follow the hood rats in your neighborhood. That's number one. That's the biggest obstacle for a lot of young men. Do not follow the hood rats. That's number one. That's so very important. Even the ones in your family, if you got them. That's number one. It's all about you as a man. You got to do your man thing. Also, have integrity about anything you do. Find yourself. Find out what you want to do. Always educate yourself. Always elevate yourself. Travel. Get out here and become worldly. Get off your block. That's another thing. Get away from all the little dusty niggas with no guidance that's in your neighborhood. Really get out here and find yourself as a man. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
And this is going to give you the stripes you need to be a leader. You got to get out here and experience life, because that's what people look at in leaders, people who have experience. So that's what you got to look for, and that's how you got to get down in life. You feel me?
Right.
And that's basically it, man. Once you get on that path, man, all the other answers are going to fall in your lap. But thanks for the call, fam.
Right.
That's the number one thing. You got to get away from the hood rats. Got to get away from the hood rats. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We are in here deep. Shout out to all the ladies in here. Shout out to all the ladies in here. He said, you can't prove that that's leadership. You can't. That's the Jason Johnson. You can't prove shit. Nigga, just because this fucking water is wet don't mean it's water. My God. BuyingBlack.com. Yes, indeed. Let's see who we got on here. Okay. Let's see who we got. We're in here deep tonight. What's up? Who's calling?
Yo, Tariq. What's up, man? It's Lee.
What's up, Lee? Where you calling from?
Chicago, man. I'm the one off Twitter, man.
Okay, now what you have to say? You talking shit on Twitter. Now what'd you say?
Listen, my dude. I'm wondering why you let this dude talk as long as he's talking, man.
I want to hear what he had to say. I'm going to give a person a fair shake. I wanted to hear what they had to say.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's talking over you and shit like that. Like, I mean, I'm not really used to seeing you do that. So I'm just like, man, he getting at you. Because I'm like, yo, he really must have sparked something. Because I'm like, why are you even allowing this clown to talk like that? You
well,
know
no, I couldn't turn the volume down. That's why when he kept talking and I wanted to interject and he wouldn't talk, I put the coon train on. So I kept, I kept letting him know, hey, man, I got to talk. And that's his MO. It's just, he'll just keep talking and filibustering to run away from the question. That's why I kept getting at him about that. But again, we're just chopping it up. And my man, I kept trying to stop him from doing that. And I ain't got no volume button on the phone, which I need to get. And that's the thing. Okay. I kept having to put the coon train on it. But I'm giving the dude a fair shake. I'm like, I'm going to let somebody say what they have to say. You dig?
I respect that, man. But you know what? Like, you giving, well, I mean, that's my opinion, but it's a lot of these people, man, they clowns, like, like, in terms of, like, the mental capacity, they can't even understand. They're not trying to understand you. So, you might as well not even entertain them. That's my opinion.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I mean, you're better than me because
this
I
dude
hung up on, I mean, that's what are you about to say?
But this dude right here is a damn college professor, though. So he ain't just like one of these other people. This dude is out here teaching people. So
he was a college professor?
Yeah, this is a college professor. This dude be on Fox News and all that shit. So this dude is teaching folks his ideology. So so that's something totally different. But yeah, I just wanted to see what you have to say, because it sounded like you were talking greasy on Twitter. You did. All right, nigga. Hey.
Nah, if I was talking greasy, I would have said a lot quicker than that. But.
There you go. All right, man.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
All right, get out of here,
Get
nigga.
the fuck out of here.
Fuck off my phone, nigga. All right, there you go. That was funny. That was funny. Yeah, I gave the man, you know, I'm going to give him his shot, give him a fair shake. You know, but my man was, boy, the last comment about the street harassment app, that was it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back on that one. Yes, indeed. Where are the ladies at? Where are the ladies? Where are the ladies? Shout out to all the ladies in the room. None of the so-called black feminists called up at all. And you know what, another thing I don't like what they do? They try to do stuff like on Twitter. I told them, I said, I give $1,000 to any of you black feminists if you can find any situation where white women backed you up against white feminists, back black women up against a white male. I give any of y'all $1,000. Now, one dude found a link, some white lady who was an abolitionist in the 1700s who wasn't even a feminist. I said, nigga, kill yourself. The Feminista Jones, a little goofy self, pulled up a link of a white lady who was criticizing Anthony Camilla for his racism. And she sent me the link and talking about, pay me the money. Like, are you too slow to not know this ain't proof? Now, I'm telling you, some of those people on Twitter are idiots, but this dude knows better. This dude knows better. And another thing with these women, what's that? You're 18-year-old, you grew up in poverty. How do you motivate yourself to be successful around your surroundings? Well, what you do, man, if you grow up in poverty, man, that should make you want to hustle harder. And you got to crawl before you walk, man. Sometimes you got to start off on the bottom, you know, get your little bullshit job or whatever to stack your paper up so you can learn how to get your money together and always keep your eye on going into business for yourself. So you got to get out here and learn what you know how to do. Learn things to do. Learn something that you're going to like to do. But you say you grew up in poverty? Prove it. You ain't got no proof you grew up in poverty, according to Dr. Jason. Man. But another thing I don't like with these black feminists, they always try to put Ida B. Wells in the mix. And I really despise when black feminists do that. Well, you got black feminists like Ida B. Wells. Ida B. Wells was not no feminist. Ida B. Wells was not a feminist. As a matter of fact, Ida B. Wells gave those feminists that work. That's why I would like for somebody to find me a quote that Ida B. Wells made on women's rights. Find some quotes that she made on women's rights. Most of her work was about challenging white supremacy. So what they'll do, they'll get our sister Ida B. Wells and then they try to redefine what she was. And her thing was challenging white supremacy. It wasn't women's rights. Because as a woman, who is this lady trying to call? Hold on. Amara, you trying to call? Call up, Amara. Hold on. Hold on. There's a young lady trying to call up. Hold on. Hello, who's calling?
Yeah, what's up, Flex? It's Tariq from Brooklyn.
I'm going to have you call back, fam. Amara is trying to call. She looks very... Or is that Beyonce on her picture? Hello, who's calling? Wait, who's calling? Hello?
Yeah, Tariq.
I have you call back, fam. Shit. Okay. I want Amara to call up. Whatever her name is. I wonder if that's her real picture on Twitter. Hold on. Hold on, family. Hello?
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 I have you call back, fam. Shit.
Hello?
Okay. I want Amara called up.
Okay, this motherfucker right here. Come on, man. Y'all got to get your phone game together. You got to get your phone game together, family. All right? Lost the connection. Hold on. right, hold on. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, who is this?
Hey, this is Michelle. I'm calling back again. I called earlier.
Oh, okay. Are you the one who just hit me on Twitter?
No.
Okay.
Earlier tonight.
Okay. All right. So what's on your mind?
I was driving yesterday. I live in Alabama. I was telling you that earlier.
Yeah.
And this white lady just literally tried to cause a wreck. Like, is this something new that they're doing now? They're causing they're
yeah, that is something. A lot of people are starting causing accidents with black folks, and they know that if they go to the cops, the police they're going to believe them over the black person. So you got to be very careful of that. You got to be real weary of that
because
these days.
she really tried to push us off into the median, and then when she saw us getting her tag number and everything, she slowed up and veered off to the next exit, and then shortly thereafter we saw the sheriff coming up. So I didn't know if she was thinking that we were going to follow her and it was going to be like this big setup or something.
Yeah,
it was just really weird.
Yeah, you got to be real careful about that these days. I can't find shit in my... All right, but thank you for the call, young lady. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Trying to do a million things. See, I wanted this other person to call up. Can y'all see me in the chat room? Hold on. All right, who's calling?
Hi, this is Danielle from New York.
Hey, Danielle from New York.
Hi, how are you? I'm a great fan. I commend you on everything you've been doing for our community. My boyfriend is a big fan, and I am as well.
Thank you so much. And where's your boyfriend?
I'm sorry?
Where's your dude? Where's your boyfriend right now?
We're sitting here actually watching you together.
Oh, cool. Shout out to your dude. What's his name?
His name is Lee, and I'm Danielle.
Lee and Danielle. What part of New York y'all in?
Well, actually, he's from Brooklyn. I'm from North Carolina, but we're actually in New Jersey right now.
Oh, cool. All right, so what's on your mind, Danielle?
I just wanted to make a comment because I'm an African-American woman, and I get approached a lot on the street, just no matter where I go, by whether it be, mostly black men.
Okay.
And I understand the whole street harassment and all the laws that are trying to get passed, I guess, regarding black men approaching women.
Right.
And I don't know. I think it's all in how you approach the situation. A lot of women. I'm in Newark, New Jersey, which is predominantly black.
Right.
And I know that a lot of women, a lot of black women, the attitude that they have toward the black men when they try to approach them, they could come to them perfectly respectful.
Right.
And the women will roll their eyes, like their teeth, and just be completely disrespectful. And then the men will reciprocate with the same attitude. I think it's all in how you approach the situation. I get approached. I say, oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Have a nice day. And then the men are respectful. I think it's all in how you approach it. You have to, you have to respect yourself and respect others in order to have that same respect reciprocated.
Absolutely.
And so but I think it's ridiculous. I think it's really ridiculous that black women would definitely try to put the black man down even more than they're already put down through society. It's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah,
it really is.
And the thing is, again, I tell a lot of sisters, if you think that these laws that they're trying to pass against black men are going to stop with black men, you got another thing coming, because these laws will seep right over to black women. Y'all get affected by the same laws we get. You never get a pass, and I don't know why people don't understand that. So that's my biggest issue. We need to understand that we're in this together, whether we like it or not.
Well, that's the problem. We sit here and we need to empower one another. We are as one. Black man and black woman, we are as one. And we fail to realize that. We really are, we're hypnotized. And it's sad because we mirror one another. There's no way that the black man can be strengthened without the black woman and vice versa.
Absolutely.
And so there's no way we can, strengthen us as a people without strengthening one another first.
Absolutely.
So it's just absolutely sad. But like I said, I'm a huge fan. My boyfriend's a huge fan, and I really appreciate it. Hidden Colors, he went to see it, and we're gonna buy DVD as soon as we can.
Yes.
So,
how long have you and Lee been together, by the way?
About 2 years. About 2 years now.
We got wedding plans in the horizon. What's the deal?
We're getting there. It's a lot of kinks and stuff that we have to work out, of course. But I think that we are a good match. I think we have the same ideology when it comes to just mostly everything. We have pretty good foundation. It's really hard to find someone that you can connect with on a spiritual and moral. You know, it's just, I don't know.
Exactly.
We're getting there.
Exactly. Because Lee, you know, he's all wiped up with you. He's all booed up with you. I got footage of Lee right here. When you at work, this is Lee right here. Hold on.
Now that I found love, every day I live for you, girl. And everything that I do it for you. Oh, when I say it's how I feel, so believe it's true. You got to know I'm true.
I know. There you go. Cool. Hey,
we're just trying to make it like any other Black couple, trying to strengthen one another. I think it starts there.
That's a beautiful.
I love that. And so we're trying to help out the city of Newark as best as possible. Please pray for Newark. We need a lot of help out here.
Absolutely. I'm going to be out there in New York next week, man. So I got to go out there and feel my brothers and sisters' energy in New York, man. But hey, Danielle, thank you so much thank you so much for the call, sister.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
good night.
Indeed. Okay, man, hold on. My battery on my phone is really tripping, family. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me change batteries in my thing here. Hold on. Man, I gotta change batteries in this thing. No, I'm not doing a lecture in New York. No, I'm going out there. I gotta do a lot of press out there in New York. I'm not doing a lecture. Yeah, so cats, every time I go to a city, cats like, can I get tickets? No, I'll let y'all know when I'm doing a lecture, though. I'm just going to do a lot of press out there. Got some magazine interviews, probably some radio stuff. So just doing my thing out there in New York. I'll be out there for a few days. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I wanted Amara. It was where's Amara? I wanted her to call up. This Amara young lady. I wanted her to call up. Okay, okay. I see her. I see you, Amara. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get you, but my battery on my hold on. There you go. My battery on my mouse is tripping. Yo, hello.
Hello, this is Amara.
Hey, Amara. How are you?
Good. Okay, I just wanted to provide some clarity to the conversation. I know it was a little difficult to have that conversation over Twitter.
Yes.
But I know one of the things that we were talking about yesterday was kind of like us separating over kind of Black men going to jail as a result of these laws, right?
Right.
I think what's really important to highlight is that the thing with New York cases is that we're saying, well, let's try to find some non-carceral solutions to street harassment, right? But before we can even do that, we have to at least acknowledge that street harassment is something, well, not even just street harassment, but the exploitation of women's bodies, Black women's bodies, right, is a problem, right? So it's something that not only Black women should be addressing, but Black men too, right? So I think that's kind of what's missing in this conversation. And I guess I just kind of want to hear your thoughts. I haven't even heard you say whether or not you really think that street harassment is a problem to begin with, right? So just trying to take you out from there.
Well, the thing is, I'm getting two different narratives. Because now one group of women, like the woman who called up, and several women who called up tonight, and even several women on Twitter, they're like, well, street harassment ain't really that, it's not that severe. According to their narrative, they're like, I go out, ain't nobody hurting me, ain't nobody doing nothing to me, guys say so, whatever. But so a lot of women are saying it ain't that big of a deal. Now you have a lot of women over here on this side, I won't even say a lot, but you have some who are vocal, who happen to be Black feminists, who say, well, I get harassed every single day. It's the problem that we all have to address. So it's like, Is it a problem or is not a problem? So we're trying to get to exactly what the hell is going on. Where is it happening? Why are two different groups of women saying two diametrically opposed things? And why does this group just happen to be black feminists who say that it happens all the time? That's a strange coincidence right there.
Well, okay, so that can be attributed to a couple things, right? So one, it's like when black people try to say that they only get microaggressions from white people, right? And then there's other groups that say, oh no, I love white people, and for the most part, I don't get anything from them, right? So some of it is a level of consciousness, right? Some of it can be attributed to where you are, right? For people who are in larger cities with places with more heavier foot traffic, you're more likely to get street harassed. If you're in the suburbs, it's less likely. If you find your womanhood to be more central to your identity, it's probably going to be more of an issue that you're getting called out and, being catcalled, right? So, I think the other issue, I mean, if we really wanted to get into this whole thing, we try to have this conversation as well on Twitter about black feminists and white women not helping out black feminists, right?
Right. That's my biggest concern. That's my, my biggest thing is this. Okay, let's street harassment. Okay, hey or nay, yes or no. Okay, if it's a problem, it might be a problem. Okay, but should we ignore the fact that these white women who happen to be feminists are presenting this conversation to us and we're jumping on it? Should we ignore that fact?
Okay, so this is where we differ, right? So number one, let's just frame the conversation by saying that black feminism. Everyone on Twitter has been trying to make it seem as if black feminism is this offshoot from white feminism, and we're trying to get acceptance. And it's actually the polar opposite, right? It's that since white feminism did not accept us within their spaces, right? Since largely a lot of black nationalists and civil rights movements did not accept us within those spaces, we had to create our own spaces, our own movement, our own ideology, right? So that's where black feminism
what's your name again, ma'am? Wait. What's your name again?
It's not about trying to get in with white women. Most of us, that is not our agenda, right? So, yes, the girl on Twitter has her street harassment campaign, right? But these are largely separate movements with similar agendas, right?
They're not, though.
Different spaces.
They're not separate. They're not separate.
They are.
They're not
separate.
The woman Holly Curl, she's been retweeting and all this stuff from Feminista Jones, and she's been the one promoting this hashtag.
Of course, absolutely. So because they are because we're talking about the same thing, sure, one may piggyback off of the other, right? Sure, one may endorse the other. But the thing with you, okay, go ahead.
But if they're all of a sudden, don't you think, and you consider yourself a black feminist, correct?
Absolutely.
Why do you think all of a sudden white feminists who never help black women with anything, especially with anything...
That's not entirely true. That's not entirely true, because there are white feminists who identify as intersectional feminists, right? Which is the closest thing to black feminism. No, there are.
Okay, prove it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, if you say that they're white feminists who help black women, they only help black women if there's a black male as the target. That's the only time white feminists...
that's not true at all. Not true.
What is your name? What's your name again? Wait, what's your name again?
Well, give me an example in which white feminists have helped black women in opposition to black men.
Hold on one second. Wait. I'll give you a couple. Hold on one second. Now, what's your name again?
No. Well, then give me one. If you have a whole bunch, give me one.
I'm about to give you... I want to address your name. Your name is Amara?
Yes, it's Amara.
All right. Amara. Okay.
Amara.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. White feminists, the only time they back black women up is when they're trying to do something nefarious to the black community, or when they're trying to use black men as a target. They use this whole street harassment thing in the early 80s when black men were the target. That's the only time they...
No. That is something... But go ahead. Then I'll address that, because that's something totally different. Go ahead.
I'm going to give you some more examples. I can give you more. Are you ready for more examples?
Sure, more examples. Definitely.
Okay. The only other time the white feminists backed black women up is when they backed up Michelle Wallace in her book, Black Macho, when it was a whole book bashing black men. They happened to put that woman on the cover of a magazine.
Have you read Michelle Wallace?
I have read that book.
That's certainly not what it is. That's certainly not what it is.
That's
No,
exactly what it is. I read that book. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
I don't want to deflect.
Okay.
That is a whole different.
I just gave you two
Because,
examples.
really, what she's talking about there, no, what she's talking about, what Michelle Wallace is talking about, she's asserting a sex-positive feminism. She's trying to deconstruct these ideas of black masculinity, and that black women are inherently these strong women who are able to get, be able to.
But Amara, you know that book has been largely considered anti-black male for years. You are aware of that, right?
Absolutely, but I still don't agree with the criticism. I know that that's a criticism.
But okay. Aside from your criticism, because again, we're going to filibuster whether you say it is anti-black male or not. The thing is, that book did not challenge white males at all. It did not challenge white males. It mentioned patriarchy, white patriarchy, and all that stuff, but it didn't really go in on white males like it did on black males. And the white feminists had no problem promoting that book.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Do you not think that there should be some type of criticism of black patriarchy?
Hold on, we'll get on that in a second, and that's a very good question, but let me get on that in 1 second, but let's not run away from the facts. Now, can you please show me any time in history where a group of white feminists backed any black woman, not even a group of black women, just one black woman against white males? Any time in history. Please name one time.
Well, I'll put it this way. So that's not my fight, because I'm not, and actually if you talk to most of the people on this UK hashtag, I'm not really, they're not trying to ban with white women. You see what I'm saying? They're not banning with white women in this struggle.
Amara, let's slow it down. Amara, baby, let's, because I'm not trying to put you, I don't want to embarrass you or anything. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I want you to have clarity. I'm here to teach you now, okay? Because it's not, because you sound like a sweet girl. You're very attractive, by the way. Is this you on your page?
Yo, like, you really think that's okay? Like, that you think that's okay? You think that, okay, see, so we're having an intellectual conversation, right?
Right.
So, and then, one, you call me baby, then you talk about how cool, how nice my
now you're is, changing the subject, Amara.
What I'm talking about. And
now you're changing the subject.
That in itself is not sexist, right? That would be like I would call you boy, right? As a black dude,
now you're changing the subject.
Or I said, oh, I love your photo, even though we're sitting there having a conversation. And
now you're changing the photo. So you're changing the subject. You're changing the subject on purpose now, Amara. You're changing the subject on purpose.
What'd you say? I'm not changing the subject. You change the subject the minute.
Amara, now you're getting into fake out. Amara, you're getting into fake outrage because you're trying to deflect because you didn't have answers to what I'm bringing you.
Deflecting. No,
that's
deflecting. I told you I didn't have an
answer. I said that because it looks like
I didn't have an answer.
Because it looks like a fake.
I don't have an answer.
Man, Amara, calm down. Stop. Okay, stop. Stop. Amara. Stop. Amara. Stop now. Okay, now you're being. Don't do that now. Stop. Because we're not going to do that.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not answering my question. Amara, stop. Hey, whoa, stop. Amara, what's wrong with you? Amara.
Yes, go ahead.
Amara, dude, are you okay? Amara, calm down.
Go ahead, speak.
Okay, Amara, but chill. Calm down with all that. Can you have an adult conversation? I don't have childlike banter. That's not cool. Don't do that. I'm trying to have an adult conversation with you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Hey, Amara, let's chill out with that now because you just really on something else right now. Let's get back to the subject.
You need to move on.
Let's get back to the subject.
You need to move on.
Can we get Amara? Amara, can we get to finish with what we're talking about instead of trying to filibuster into non sequiturs? All right?
Okay. So you have to start. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Amara.
Go ahead.
Can you contain yourself emotionally?
Move on. I need you to move on.
Can you control yourself emotionally, though?
Do you have a question?
I do have a question, but you don't seem to be able to stop going on and on like an adult. I mean, what's the deal? Can you calm down for a minute? Now, what I was going to say, why do you think these white feminists all of a sudden are backing black women with this stop street harassment movement when they haven't backed you up with nothing else? That's my question.
And again, I wouldn't say that white feminists haven't backed us up on anything else. I think that that's just unilaterally not true. But
prove that they did, though.
Let's say that is the case. Let's say just for the sake of argument.
Prove that they did.
Right? Let's say just for the sake of argument.
No, I like proof, not for the sake of argument, for the sake of proof. Prove that they did, ma'am. If they did or they didn't.
There is no. I told you that there are self-identified intersectional feminists.
They either did or they didn't.
So
they did or they didn't, ma'am. This is not a rhetorical question. They did or they didn't. Just say you don't know.
I'm saying that there are white feminists who are interested in the struggles of Black women. I know them. I know people. And
prove it.
That's not anecdotal evidence of just a couple people. There are.
Prove it. Why? Where are they? Where are they? And how come you don't see them do anything for Black women? Where are they?
But this is the thing. If you, but they
Ma'am, point to it. Why can't you prove it then? Amira, I'm asking you to prove one. I'm asking you to prove it. There's something that you can prove. Not somebody you know that we can't prove. Wait. Gloria Steinem. Who? Wait, say what? Go ahead. Did you say Gloria Steinem? Go ahead. I want to hear this.
Gloria Steinem hasn't backed bell hooks up on stuff about white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. She hasn't used that term. I will personally, the minute I get off the phone, I will pull that up for you and send it to you on Twitter. She's absolutely backed bell hooks up on that. And if you want to separate on the whole white men thing,
no, she didn't. I'm talking about a specific person, ma'am. You're talking about an idea. She backed bell hooks up on an idea. I ain't talking about an idea. I'm talking about a specific target. Black men, white men. White feminists will back Black women up against Black males. White feminists will never.
No. White supremacist capitalist patriarchy is white males. That is exactly what it is. So that's exactly what it is.
They don't. White feminists don't back Black women up against white males at all, ma'am. They don't.
That's not.
Prove it.
That's just not true.
Prove it.
You know what? Let's say
prove it. Prove me wrong, ma'am.
Let's move on. Let's say it is.
I want proof. You just said.
I'm not gonna let you. Listen.
You're arguing like Jason.
I'm not gonna let tell you that you're right. I'm saying I'm not gonna tell you that you're right. But let's say
you're arguing like Jason. That's not true. Where's the proof? I ain't got it, but it ain't true. Prove it. Name one example, Amara. Just one example of any white feminist group backing up Black women against white males. I ain't talking about an ideology. Why aren't white feminists backing Black women up against Anthony? No, don't stop me. Wait. Amara, stop. Amara, stop. Why aren't white feminists backing Black women up against Renisha McBride, the Anthony Camilla situation, the Black women who've been beat up by white cops for the last 2 weeks? Why are white feminists silent on that, but all of a sudden they want to come out and support?
That's not true either. That's not true either. It's not. But
Amara.
That's not true either.
Amara.
It's not. It's not true. But as someone, let's put it this way. So maybe you can.
Amara.
Are you gonna let me speak? Or are you
until you prove. Are you
gonna let me speak?
Until you prove. Yeah, when you prove what you said is true. If you prove you said what I said, prove that white feminists have stood up for these women.
Well, let me ask you what the criteria is, right? When you say that, because I've given you a couple examples, right? And none of them have really fit.
No, you haven't.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question, right?
You're changing the subject. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Black feminism right here in its glory. This is Black feminism in its glory right here. You haven't made one point. When I asked you to prove something, you jump to another subject. You can't prove anything you say.
I didn't jump to another subject.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you again. Every time I ask you to prove something, you filibuster into something else. I want you to prove that a white feminist backed up Black women against white males. Prove it, ma'am.
Again, I'm gonna. You call it filibustering, but I'm asking you about.
Thank you.
No. Let me speak. I think that's just not. It's not cool. This
was a cut and dry question.
Hey.
Don't you hey me. Don't you hey me, girl. This was a cut and dry question. Don't hey me. Don't do that now. Let's be respectful, Amara. Let's be respectful.
Wait.
Let's be
I'm
respectful.
sorry, you called me baby.
Let's
Now that's not respectful.
Now
either,
is that
right?
now is that street
That's not
harassment?
respectful
Is that
either.
is that
boy,
was that
little boy?
okay? I'll
little
be that.
boy,
I'll be that.
Little boy.
So
you
is
see
that
how, you see how
is
inappropriate
that is that harassment? Is that street harassment saying baby?
It's not street harassment, but it's
is that street harassment? It's not.
It's the equivalent of a white man calling you little boy.
But you just called me boy like it was nothing. You called me boy 3 times.
It's the equivalent of a white man calling you little boy.
You called me boy 3 times.
See that? Huh?
You called me boy 3 times. I called you baby because you acting like a kid. That's why. If you stop acting like a kid, I can talk to you like an adult. You're not acting like an adult. So I have to slow it down and talk to you like a kid because you keep whining and whimpering over everything I'm saying because you can't have an adult conversation. Be a woman about yours and talk like an adult, Amara.
Okay.
Now say what you gotta say.
To revisit your question, okay? Again, let me see if I can get through this time, right? Because the last couple times you didn't allow me to finish. So I've given you a couple examples. Now, none of them have met your criteria because you said it would need to be not an ideology, right? It needs to be a documented history of white women, a white women's organization helping black women against white men.
That's called
right?
proof. Right. It's called proof. That's all I want is proof.
Okay. So let's even say, okay, here's one. So let's take, I mean, this is a while back, but let's take Elizabeth Cady Stanton, right? Not a self-identified feminist, right? Because that's kind of anachronistic. She can't identify as a feminist because there's not a feminist movement until like a little bit later, right? But after the abolitionist movement, you do then see Elizabeth Cady Stanton and a couple others rallying with black women to get their rights, right?
Like
After
who?
black men have already gotten their rights.
What black women did they help?
saying?
What black women did Elizabeth Stanton help? Who did they help?
What do you mean? Who did they help?
That's what I'm saying.
They were at least.
What black women did they help against white men? What black women did they stand with against white males?
Black women are part of the abolitionist movement. Black women who were trying to get their rights after black men gained their own. Like I can send you links.
Ma'am, no. Ma'am, you didn't articulate what you're trying to say. That what you're saying, are you talking about abolitionists or women's rights movement? What black women did they help with women? I want to hear what you got to say.
No. Okay, so this is what you're largely missing, and a lot of people on Twitter are missing, is that these things are intersecting, right?
No, they're not.
These black women in the let me finish. You have these black women in the abolitionist movement, right? So after slavery, after black men have gotten their rights, black women still are without rights, right? Elizabeth Cady Stanton was an abolitionist. But then you have these black women still, I guess, that kind of left over from the abolitionist movement, right, who are still trying to get their rights. She wasn't necessarily, I wouldn't say she helped. There was a public, she publicly stood with black women. Now, whether or not she
who did she stand with?
Them, I can attach to that.
Who did she stand with, ma'am?
What do you mean, who did she? That would be okay, so I don't have a particular organization. That's why I'm asking you for criteria. This is why
this is about the non-proof bringing this girl up. Woman, you can't bring proof for nothing you say. Ma'am, you can't bring proof. You can't bring proof for anything you say.
Right. But here's the thing. I said at the beginning of this conversation, I prefaced this entire point with, I'm not arguing that white women can't help black women. You know why?
You tried to come up with an example and you couldn't come up with it.
We played the tape. I said several times that it's against my politics to have to sit here and argue to you that white women have tried to band together with black women. Now, I think it's wrong to say that it just hasn't happened at all, because that's not true.
You haven't proved it, ma'am. I'm telling you, not at all.
I'm not invested with white women trying to help out black women. So it's a mute point.
But you are with this street harassment movement. You are with them because you said at the beginning of the conversation, we all help each other and stand together. But the only time y'all stand together is when they're standing against a black male, and the black man is the face of a movement. But again, you have not proven that white women who are feminists have backed up black women against white males, because they've never done it, ma'am. They've never done it, so you should look at it as being suspicious that they're doing.
And I keep saying that again, I'm not, or a lot of these women on Twitter are not invested in white women standing with us. Now, if they choose to be allies, right, which is not something
they're not going to ally themselves against you against white males, ma'am. They're not going to ally themselves against you against white males. They haven't done it in the past, and they're not going to do it now. The only time they will ally themselves against or with you against somebody is going to be against black males. That's a red flag right there that you choose to ignore, ma'am.
It's a moot point because, again,
we're
not relying on the support of white women. We're not relying on that. It's practically two separate movements with a similar agenda in which they've aligned themselves with black women, right? But the UOK was supposed to be about black women. So really, I think it's a moot point of whether or not white women were really trying to help out black women. I don't think that it's really
you tried your best to make a point that they did, and even your argument fell apart in the middle of you making it, ma'am. And FYI, Amara, FYI, don't ever use Elizabeth Stanton's name and try to make a point. She was a white supremacist. Please do your research on that woman. She said very slick, nasty things about black people.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So don't use her as an example, ma'am.
I agree with you, but I'm saying, I agree with you, but that doesn't mean that her political efforts weren't conflicting with maybe what she felt internally. I don't think I'm not disagreeing with you.
If you got this whole thing, well, just because they're white supremacists and they have white supremacist motives, don't mean that we can't walk with them and help out with. No, I don't fall for that. We fall for that trick all the time. I'm not falling for that, and shame on you and other people like you who fall for that trick, buddying up and being allies with people who have ulterior motives.
What trick? I'm sorry, say it again. Fall for what trick? What trick?
With people with white supremacist motives coming in, using us against each other. That's a trick. Just like with this street harassment thing.
Okay, I'll give you that.
The people
I'll give you that.
Now,
but let's. I mean, because I know you will probably have to let go in a little bit because we wasted quite a bit of time. Because again, I told you that's kind of a moot point for me. I don't think you're correct to say that they haven't been involved at all against white men. But I think that's a moot point because the UOK says the street harassment movement is not dependent on the support of white women. They have chosen to align themselves. They chose to make themselves allies. Holly, whatever her name has made herself an ally.
The only reason y'all talking about it is because the white feminists told you to talk about it. That's called being a slave. You're being a slave.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
I don't
That's
mean
being
not
a
to
slave.
go off not to go off the anecdotal evidence, but when you have people, myself included, my friends can't go down to the corner store, right, without getting harassed on the street. I don't need a white woman to sit there and tell me that that's a problem.
Now, let me ask you this. The white feminist, the one in particular, Holly Curl, she wants to introduce a law to criminalize black people, and I'm going to say black men because that's the face of street harassment right now. They're using black men, but they want to make it a crime for black men to verbally harass somebody. That's what they're trying to do now. Do you think that's cool for them to do?
Absolutely not. And actually, one of the things that UOK says, if you follow the thread, one of the things we've been talking about is, like I said at the top of the conversation, is non-carceral solutions, right? And one of those things, which would have been more of the focus of this conversation, is shifting the culture, right? Shifting a culture where men, period, aren't entitled to women's bodies, right? Aren't entitled to black women's bodies, right? Aren't saying that, are you seeing what I'm saying? So there are ways that I wish we could just have more of a conversation about non-carceral solutions.
Now,
but we can't even do that because you can't even recognize street harassment as a problem. And
no,
you can't even.
I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem in some cases. It's a problem. Yes, it happens. Okay. Street harassment, of course it happens. There's thirsty dudes out here who harass women. Of course. There's thirsty dudes out here. My lady, my wife upstairs, she's been to clubs and she turned dudes down and they curse her out before. So yeah, thirsty ass, bum ass niggas are out there all over the place. I understand that, but my thing is, what's the solution?
So what are you really against then? I guess I don't understand what your issue is. Except
I'm against one thing.
Incarceration of black men,
against
right?
one
I got
thing.
that. I'll give you that.
I'm against
right?
white supremacy.
But again, huh?
I'm against the white supremacists butting in our business. That's what I'm against. That's all.
Okay.
That's what I'm against.
And this is and we'll maybe try to end here, right? This is what I'll say. Two things. And this is why this entire conversation, I've been saying that I don't think that the support from white women is necessary for this, right? This is more of an internal conversation that we should be having. I do think that if black men could engage with this conversation, right, that would be ideal, okay? But then you have people like you and other black men on Twitter who won't even give support, won't even recognize it as a problem, right? So then that's where you kind of get in trouble in having those internal conversations.
But the
right?
thing, but Amara,
number two,
but Amara,
okay.
let me say this though. Let me say this. Well, you got to be very cut and dry with this whole thing. If there are dudes out here, and I said this, did you hear the conversation with me and Dr. Jason earlier?
No, I heard the very end of it.
Okay, if there are dudes out here. And people like me and other people, we tell them, hey, man, don't harass women. That ain't cool. And if they say, well, I don't give a fuck about what you have to say, Tariq. I don't care about no damn hashtag. When I see something I like and I say, hey, girl, you got a big ass and you got some nice titties, that's just what I want to do. There's nothing we can say or do to stop him from being dusty. Ultimately, what should happen to dudes like that? Ultimately, what's the ultimate solution?
Well, and see, and I think... And I am going to deflect, and you're not going to like that. But I think this is the conversation that we've been having on Twitter, which is looking at more macro solutions, right? So more systemic issues, right? That way, we don't have to address those individual problems like the men who just refuse, who are just inherently misogynistic and won't listen, right? Do you see what I'm saying? So you're not going to get me to support incarceration of black men. I don't want to. You're not going to get me to support that.
But there has to be a solution.
No, I know that. But I'm saying,
there has to be a solution.
Like you're trying to trap me into that, and I'm saying I'm
not trying to trap. No, you sit up and denying it and talking in circles because you don't want me to trap you. Because ultimately, that's the only solution, according to you guys. Because if it's a crime, because if they make that a crime, that's what's going to happen. So should it be a crime then? If it shouldn't be a crime, why are we talking about it? If you have no solutions, why talk about something you have no solution for? And why get us to engage in something that you don't even have a solution for? That's the whole thing.
Okay, so it's a couple things, right? So some of the hashtag was also about sharing experiences, right? Sharing experiences, having a support system, right? Because some people just get, harassed, like,
talking in circles is not a solution.
And then some people, it's far more serious than that, right? So having that kind of,
talking in circles is not a solution. You're not bringing a solution. I just want to know a solution.
I'm saying, no, because and what I'm saying is that's not well.
I just want a solution. What do we do about dusty niggas? What do we do about dusty niggas?
I'm telling you that for a lot of these things, there are no cut and dry solutions.
Well, why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about something that there's no solution for?
I just told you. I think that was the original question you had, right? Sharing experiences, providing a support system, and here's the other thing, right?
I want a solution.
Wait, let me finish. Street harassment has been so normalized, right, that at this point, we can't even have a conversation.
It's bad. Yes, it is.
It's not
What's the solution?
It's not worthy of a conversation.
It's bad. What's the solution? It's bad. It's bad. Anything that doesn't have a solution, it's absolutely draining. It's pointless to have if there's no solution.
That's just like, okay, well, there's band-aid solutions, right? Like incarceration. That's a band-aid solution. But then there's more systemic solutions. And what the systemic solution, right, which is far more lofty, something that you and your viewers probably aren't as keen to, which is having a change of a patriarchal society.
Because look, because now you're talking slogans. You're talking slogans. Right. You're talking slogans. Right now, you're just talking a bunch of slogans. The solution, because I see the white feminists, they come up with solutions. See, white feminists, this is the thing with them.
No.
Amara, come on. The white feminists, they don't sit around doing a whole lot of chatting. White feminists get stuff done. Black feminists don't really do anything. They don't really accomplish anything. They don't never build anything. They don't influence public policy. But white feminists, they get stuff done. They get stuff built. They get stuff passed. They get laws created. They get money and they get stuff funded. So when I see, this is why I'm looking at the white feminists behind it. The black feminists just bickering back and forth, I ain't even looking at that because to me that's a deflection. I'm looking at what these people over here are going to do. Because you yourself cannot come up with a solution, ma'am. You yourself have no solution whatsoever. But these women do. These women over here got a solution, and I'm looking at them. You're confused, they're not. I'm looking at what they're doing, and they're trying to get laws passed.
No. I'm certainly not confused. Let me just interject real quick, and then we may. I'll go ahead.
Black feminists y'all just kind of want to complain and get attention and all that. Y'all don't have no solutions. The white feminists got them, and I'm looking at them. I'm looking at the white feminists, and they're going to get solutions going. And what they want to do is criminalize black folks. They want to criminalize all of us.
Okay, so they provided policy implications. Well, they looked at one of the policy implications. They provided policy solutions, right? And those are Band-Aids, right? Great. Absolutely great, and we should be. I do think that we should be behind those things, right? But again, looking more at these systemic issues are solutions. They are solutions. When you can,
ma'am,
when
you're talking in circles, Amara. You're talking in circles, sweetie. You're talking in circles. You're talking in circles. You're not really making sense right now. Yes, you are.
I'm not talking in circles. No. I'm not talking in circles.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
I'm saying that I'm not. I'm saying
I don't want to because I don't want you to just talk in circles. I don't want you to just talk in circles now because that's going to get boring. If they pass laws to make it illegal. Not saying that you co-sign it or not. Whether you like it or not don't mean that they won't pass these laws. Let's say they pass these laws that makes it illegal for black men to verbally be aggressive towards women. Do you think that these laws should apply to the lesbians who are very aggressive to black women too? Because lesbian studs are more aggressive than men. Should those same laws apply to them too?
Absolutely. Okay, so a policy like that is generally it's not going to be it's not going to be gender specific. It's going to be across the board.
It's not.
So, but no, it's going to be across the board. So again, but going back just a little bit, I'm not repeating myself. I think this is important to talk about. I think it's important that we're talking more instead. Yes, there are practical things that we can go and do within the next year, the next couple years, right? And then there's some things that take a lot more time, right?
You know what? Okay, Amara, this is my thing. This is Amara. This is my solution. Amara, this is my solution right here because the thing is, we don't have time for all. If people are trying to pass laws, I don't want to waste time coming up with all of these filibusterings and all that because I want to get to a solution. And since,
why did you use the term filibustering?
Because you haven't come up with a solution on your own. You haven't come up with a solution on your own.
Filibustering.
When you don't come up with a solution and you're still talking, that's filibustering, man. If you don't have a solution and you're still talking, that's filibustering.
It's not filibustering. It's not filibustering.
But I got a solution, and this is my thing. And I've been telling dudes, this is what I say to the men.
Okay.
There are two types of women out here. You got women out here on one side saying that this street harassment don't exist. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm never harassed. Several women have called my show tonight saying that they're not harassed and you women are exaggerating. Now, you have all these women over here, such as yourself, Amara, who say that you get street harassed all the time. And for some reason, I don't know what it is, most of you women who get harassed just happen to be black feminists. Damn near every woman who gets harassed happens to be a black feminist.
So now you're repeating yourself, because we just addressed this at the beginning of
I'm giving you a solution. I'm giving you a solution.
We already addressed
I'm giving you a solution. I'm about to give you my solution. I'm about to give you my solution. So, since the problem is, these black feminists, for some reason, assume that brothers saying certain things is harassment, black men should avoid all contact with a woman who could potentially be a black feminist when they're on the streets. And that's the solution for right now. If you look like you could potentially be a black feminist, and that's up to the man to decide. That's up to his decorum. If you look like you might potentially be a black feminist, I tell these dudes, ignore these women, walk across the street, don't interact with them at all whatsoever, and that will eliminate all that, because a lot of y'all can't even define what harassment is. So I say don't interact with none of you if you are a potential black feminist, and that'll solve that problem right there. Do you agree with that?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Like that's a legitimate solution.
Serious as
like,
I'm serious as three heart attacks. Why wouldn't I be serious?
Okay. So the issue, am I allowed to be critical of it, or am I supposed to just kind of like take that?
No, I'm upset. I'm trying to see why you didn't think I was being serious. Not only should you not harass any of these women out here, if you see somebody who looks like they might be a black feminist, don't talk to them at all, because I don't want you to misconstrue anything I say as harassment. For example, tonight, you said I said baby. I probably said it subconscious. I said baby, then you, oh, don't call me baby. Oh, you said I look good. Then you flipped out. So if a guy is on the street saying anything to you, you can misinterpret that. Don't say nothing to you. I say don't say nothing
matters,
to you.
Right? So let's not act like language doesn't matter. And that was highly problematic. That was highly problematic. But the other thing is...
Wait. I said, hey, you look kind of good. I said your picture looked good, and you flipped out when I said your picture looked good, right?
Because absolutely, but can you see why that's a problem? And if you don't...
This is why they should avoid you. This is why they should avoid you, because a guy's walking down the street, hey, that's a nice dress. We don't want you to flip out and say, oh, that's street harassment. Don't.
No,
ma'am.
No, that's not street harassment, right? But when you anything that is making these women visibly uncomfortable, and we're rejecting the behavior.
So, ma'am.
We're saying.
Ma'am, me saying that you had an attractive picture, was that harassment? Why did you get upset with that?
It wasn't harassment. No, it wasn't harassment. But
so why did you get upset with it?
I told you why it's an issue. I told you why it's an issue.
You didn't say. You didn't actually say.
Huh? I'm sorry? What'd you say?
You didn't say. I said that's an attractive picture. Why was that? Why did you get upset with that?
I gave you a parallel, right? So the baby comment is equivalent to a white man calling you boy, right? It's belittling. It's you would not talk to
Therefore,
like that. Is what I'm
this
saying.
proves
if
my
you had
point.
Another black man on this phone call, right, that you respected, you would not call them baby or the equivalent.
Hell no, because I'm not moist. I wouldn't call a dude baby. Absolutely not. But I said your picture was attractive, and you got all flabbergasted and flustered.
And I got upset. And I got upset because we're sitting here engaging in an intellectual conversation, right? And instead, all you can talk about, well, not all you can talk about, but the comments that you make are about my picture being pretty. Like, you don't see that as, like, inherently a problem.
And Amara, this is the very reason why black men should not even interact with you on the streets. This is the very reason, because we don't know what's going to set you off. You just proved the very reason why they need to avoid you as a black feminist or potential black feminist at every chance, because we don't know what, if we say hi, who the hell you, we don't know, so we'll avoid you. That's my advice to all of these dudes. Not just, don't harass you, just avoid you altogether. Let's just take it to another level so you don't have to worry about that. You be safe. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You don't have to have no hashtags, none of that stuff. We'll just avoid anybody who's considered a black feminist and problem solved. Because we don't know, as you proved, what will set you off. That's my solution.
And my only criticism, well, I mean, there's a lot of issues with that, but my main criticism to that, right, is sure. I mean, another kind of like Band-Aid solution, right?
Not Band-Aid. No, that'll solve anything. You won't have to have a hashtag. You don't have to go to no meeting. Nothing, because I ain't saying shit to you. And the brothers shouldn't say nothing to you, too. No meetings, no hashtags, no counseling, nothing. We just won't say nothing to you, so you won't get bent out of shape. We can't sit up and try to redefine and define and try to figure out what exactly is harassment. If I'm looking at you crazy, or if I'm leering at you, if I'm stalking you, we'll just get all that out the way, and I won't say nothing if you look like you're a potential black feminist. We'll just keep it pushing, and I just respect your space. Because you are equal, and I have no problem with you being equal. So we'll be two equal people passing each other on the street. That is my solution.
And I heard your solution. It was clear.
Yes.
So no need to repeat it. No need to repeat it. Now let me respond. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Again. So Band-Aid solution. It doesn't
Band-Aid
attack
solution.
what's
Okay.
really at the core. Wait, let me finish. It doesn't attack what's at the core of the issue, the crux of the issue, right? And again, like we talked about before, the crux of the issue is about male ego, entitlement to women's bodies. That's more of the crux of the issue.
But if we're not talking to you, we ain't thinking about your ego. If we're not talking to you, that shouldn't even be a problem no more. Right. We ain't talking to you no more. We just keep it pushing, so it shouldn't be about our ego or nothing.
So again, it's a fine solution, I guess, but it doesn't attack some of those larger issues. That's it. So I mean,
that makes no sense. That's not. How is that a Band-Aid solution if the ultimate solution is just avoid black feminists altogether? How is that a Band-Aid solution?
It's a Band-Aid. Again, it doesn't attack the crux of the issue, and I just told you what the crux of the issue is. So it's not a Band-Aid. So if it's not street harassment, you have other things that are also affected, right, by patriarchy, by sexist values. You see what I'm saying? So it is a Band-Aid solution. It is. But I mean, if you can get people to do that, be my guest, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm going to promote.
It's not a viable solution. It's not a viable solution.
It is. It is a viable. It is definitely a viable solution. They should avoid any female who look like she could be a potential black feminist. Just don't talk. If you're so bent out of shape and you get so hung up and we're doing all this stuff and we're violating your space, we just won't talk to you. I'm telling all my brothers out there, the thousands of people listening, if you see a woman who looks like a potential black feminist, man, don't disrespect this woman, dude. Don't. She's equal to you. And respect her space. Keep it pushing. Don't interact with her. She might get offended. Let her be. Bam. We're good. So we should have that mutual respect there. There should be nothing else. No other bantering back and forth. We just avoid potential black feminists and deal with the women over here who are not black feminists, who like dudes walking up to them. Problem solved.
All right. I mean, okay. And you don't see an issue with men invading women's spaces, demanding their attention, demanding.
I do see an issue with that.
Interest.
I'm telling them to
the
stop.
last thing you just said though, the last thing you just said though was, and we'll just keep talking to the women who don't mind men coming up to them, right?
Like the women who call my show. Like the women who call my show. The women who call my show have no problem with that. They say they have no problem with a man talking to them, coming up to them. They don't see street harassment. So I'm saying talk to those women. Because they have no problem with dudes. They're not getting bent out of shape because dude said this, said that. They're not on the hashtag telling their war stories.
But if you see that as an actual problem, right, you would also think that their response to it is also problematic. Right?
Whose response to what, sweetie? Whose response to what?
The women. Well, the women that have been calling into your show, the women that say that they don't feel really affected by street harassment, they don't think it's a big deal, right? If you thought that men demanding women's interest and attention, right, it's problematic, women respond saying it doesn't matter, don't you think that would also be problematic?
Now, if women, you don't know their experiences. These women genuinely probably don't experience no street harassment. I believe them.
And that's absolutely possible, right? Particularly if they're not in larger cities.
Wherever. There are women out here in LA. There's women in women in New York, though.
Wherever, because it's not wherever, because they're absolutely. I'm sorry, say it again.
No, there's women all over the place who say I'm not harassed. You can have women in two women in one city, and one woman says I don't experience harassment, and another woman says she gets it every day. So who are we to believe?
Sure. No, absolutely. You should believe the people who are saying they're being harassed.
Okay.
There's no reason. Right. No. I'm sure that the women saying that they're not being harassed are also telling the truth. I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
But here's the thing: when you invalidate the experiences of people who are
nobody did that. Nobody invalidated it.
It just must not be.
Ma'am, nobody invalidated anything. You probably do get harassed, ma'am. You probably do. I don't know if you do or not. Nobody invalidated your experience. Those are your experiences. No telling a dude might have jumped on you or said something crazy to you. It might have happened. So my thing is this. For some reason, the people with the worst experiences with black men And as far as street harassment, for some coincidental reason just happen to be black feminists. I don't know what it is. So my answer is to avoid black feminists or potential black feminists. If she looks like she could be a black feminist, just avoid them. That's my solution, ma'am.
Or better solution, right? Just don't harass her, right? Like you can have.
If you avoid them, how you going to harass them?
A black feminist. You can have a conversation with
if you avoid them, how are you going to harass somebody you're already avoiding? See, avoiding encompasses all of that. So not only should you not harass, I'm saying don't even talk to them because you don't even know if you look at them, that might be considered harassment. So I'm saying don't talk to them altogether. That encompasses not harassing them too, ma'am. So it's not either or. Not talking to you encompasses not harassing you as well.
And what I'm saying is, and the reason why I'm making the distinction is that your solution condemns black women. Condemns black women, right?
How?
No, it is. It is by saying, because you don't know how they're going to react. So you might don't say anything to them because you don't know how they're going to react, right? Because that's what you said a couple times, right?
Yeah,
that's condemning black women. That's saying that what they're experiencing is either blown out of proportion, is they're just being highly sensitive, they're being emotional, right? All of which is very sexist.
That ain't no. That's what you're saying now. You just saying anything that pops in your head right now. That's not invalidating you, avoiding you. That's not invalidating. So what? So how do you? So I validate you by talking to you? So that I validate you by talking to you?
No. That's not what I said. You know that's not what I said.
That's what you implied. You said by you just said if I don't talk to you, that's invalidating you. What that makes no sense.
No. Your argument, right? The structure of your argument is saying that. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying, right?
Amara, you're trying too hard, Amara.
No. Just so it's clear. Don't talk to black women.
Hold on 1 second. Ladies out here, my young ladies out here, this is black feminism in a nutshell right here. This is black feminism in a nutshell. It's all over the place.
It's not monolithic. Ma'am, I don't represent black
ladies, I want y'all ladies out there, you young ladies. If you go to college or something and they say, hey, come to the black feminist meeting, this is what black feminism is right here. Just a ball of confusion and contradictions and filibustering. It's all over the place. But go ahead, Amara. Because, Amara, this is not a good look for you, young lady. You have not been a good representative for black feminism. All you've done is prove
but I'm not
every
representing
point.
black feminism. I'm not representing black feminism.
If you claim something, you
and I happen to be a black feminist.
But
I'm not representing black feminism.
Yes, you are. You represent something. If you claim something, you represent that ideology. Yes, you are representing that, Amara. You represent that.
I'm saying that black feminism is not a monolithic ideology, that there are plenty of people on that hashtag who are going to
and y'all share the exact same views.
I'm representing my own views, right? Which happens to also represent a significant portion of black feminists. But let's not say that I'm, speaking for black feminists because that's not what it is in this situation at all.
But Amara, again, I gave a solution and you didn't filibuster. You don't even want to accept that solution.
I didn't filibuster, and I told you again.
What is something wrong with that solution, Amara? Is something wrong with that solution, Amara?
Because you don't know how they're going to
is something wrong with that solution?
I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you what's wrong with the solution. When you say don't talk to black feminists because you don't know how they're going to react.
On the streets,
right?
On the streets,
the
yes, on the streets.
Right, on the streets. The implication there, right, is that our responses are blown out of proportions. These women are just being highly sensitive.
That's you.
Being emotional.
That is you. I didn't say none of that. I didn't say none of that. I didn't say none of that.
No,
I didn't say none of it.
You're right. You didn't say any of it. But that's the implication when you say...
I don't do implicate, ma'am. No, we don't do... No. I don't know. That's
how they're going to react.
This is, again, why we should avoid you. Because we don't know how you're going to imply anything. And the fact that you can take that and then flip it and then make that far of a reach and talk about it implies this further shows that we should avoid you, ma'am. This further shows that we should avoid you.
Those are the implications that follow.
I don't do implications, ma'am. You don't know what a person's implying. That's your interpretation of what they're implying, ma'am. This
Okay,
is
I'll
again,
give you that. I'll give you that.
right? That's your interpretation.
I'll give you that. Sure.
Which is
sure.
why black men should avoid you.
So you don't have to. We don't have to talk about perception, right? That's not even necessary. But
black men, if you're listening to this, black men, if you're listening, the thousands of black men listening. Again, this is the reason why. This is all the proof you need. If you see a woman who looks like she could potentially be a black feminist, even if she's very attractive, but if she has that look of potentially being a black feminist, it ain't worth it, brother. You don't want to say anything that's going to make the woman just take your words out of context.
What does black feminist
That's up to the person. That's up to the person to decide. That's up to the person.
No. You
that's
said,
up to them.
If she looks like she a potential black feminist.
Exactly. Whatever they interpret that to be,
right?
Whatever the individual interpret, whatever they interpret it to be, whatever they interpret it to be, that's up to them. Sometimes the woman may or may not, but some guys might want to play it safe. She's cute, but she might be a black feminist. I'm good. So it's up to the guy. There's no one specific look, but you can kind of look on Twitter and just get an idea how they look in your area. So I say if she looks like she could potentially be a black feminist, keep it pushing.
Right, because black feminists, even in a single area, we kind of just look, we have the certain characteristics that we all just kind of have that you can pinpoint out and look at, and you can just tell that she's a black feminist, right? Because that makes a whole lot of sense. Just like you can tell that a black dude is a black nationalist, right? Other than
you can. There's some dudes,
and you know it is. You know that's ludicrous.
That's not ludicrous because some girls you might look at her, you might think, well, she's an herbal tea type of chick. She might be a poetry reading type of girl because she has like braids or kente cloth or whatever, but she may not be. But a lot of them have a certain look, just like dudes with braids and dashikis. He might be a hotep dude, but he might not be. But sometimes you got to use your own decorum. You got to use your own judgment. And I say if a female looks like she could potentially be a black feminist, I say just let her keep it pushing. Don't even try to talk to her because you don't know if she's going to get offended or not. That's going to keep everybody safe.
The issue that I have with that, and the last thing I'll say about it, is one, stop trying to make black feminists some monolithic group.
Right.
There aren't certain characteristics that you can point out. We don't all have afros. We don't all
absolutely not
do poetry and have braids.
Right.
It doesn't work like that. A lot of times you can't tell if someone is or is not a black feminist.
You're right. Even though I'm looking at your even though I'm looking at your picture, you got a little. Even though I'm looking at your picture. Even though I'm looking at your picture, you got a little afro, you got like a little dashiki looking shirt on. But again, that's just a coincidence. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, but okay. Moot point. Totally moot point.
Right.
But secondly, right? No, it is. It is. It's certainly not a dashiki looking shirt. I got that from Forever 21. That's more.
Oh, okay, but it has an herbal tea look to it. Okay.
But regardless, I mean, because that's a very minor point. But going back to your solutions, right? I don't see how you say that if we just don't talk to them, right? Because you don't know how they're going to react.
Right.
You don't think that the implications of that, right? Because it's certainly not what you're saying explicitly, but the implications of that are, well, that in response, if I just say hi, she may just take that totally out of proportion, so that's really emotional, so I probably just shouldn't say anything, right? So and is that kind of where you're going with it? Is that not where you're going with it? That's exactly what you're saying, isn't it?
No, sweetie, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that at all.
That's what you said. You said a couple times in this conversation that if you just say hi to a woman, she may just flip out, right?
Right.
Correct?
Right, yeah, I did say that, yeah.
So, and you're saying since you don't know how they're going to react, just don't talk to them. Well,
right.
The implications of that, whether you're explicitly saying it or not, right, is that while there are certainly some women who experience harassment, there are also women who just are sensitive and blow it out of proportion and just want to call black men out, just call them out. That's not what you're saying, but that's what
Amara. My thing is Amara, because the thing is when a guy is out somewhere, we don't want to get into a civil rights fight. No, we just want to live life. If we're out and about, if I'm out and about and I see one woman on the side of the street and another woman on the side of the street, and one looks like she's a black feminist, I'm just going to go over here to the one who's not, because I just kind of want to keep it slow motion and just keep it real simple. I don't want to get into a civil rights struggle. I don't want to violate nobody's rights or nothing like that. If I see somebody I like, I might want to say hi to them. Hey, how you doing? I don't want it to get into a crime potentially. That's all I'm saying. Is anything wrong with me wanting to be like that?
No.
All right.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
No, in response to you saying that you're not wanting to try to catch a case. Get that. But what I'm saying is that you have to understand the implications that follow that argument, right? And to say that you're still going to go holler at the girl on the other side of the street, right? Still, depending on your interaction with her, can still be street harassment. So again, that's what we're talking about here. That's really what we're talking about. But you know what? We're kind of going in circles. So I'm going to let you go.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the conversation.
All right.
Maybe we can finish it on Twitter.
Yes, indeed. All right. That's Amara. She's cute. Very cute girl. Even though she says that's offensive because I'm marginalizing her and I'm harassing her. But she is a cute girl, though. I would avoid her little ass like the plague if I saw her walking down the street. I would avoid her like the plague. Fellas, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Even though some of these girls are cute, if they look like they might be a potential black feminist, you're going to have to keep it pushing, fam. You're going to have to keep it pushing. You dig? The thing is, as you see, if you try to have a logical conversation, it's all over the place. It's all over the place. When you point out their own contradictions, they get to filibustering and getting all over the place and rambling. It's not that hard to shut their arguments down. Now, this was on the phone. On the phone, she can't troll too much. But just imagine talking to them on Twitter. You feel me, family? A lot of that conversation, man, it's almost like dealing with children. It's almost like dealing with a child. Because the logic is gone. And she seems like a sweet girl, even though she feels like that's marginalizing her. But you say cute is no excuse for stupid. Real cute girl. And that's sad. Because I can see the pain in her. I can see that she's hurting. And women like that, they're trying to project their pain, man. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to project their pain, even though you can offer simple solutions. I've offered simple solutions, cut and dry, make it plain. No. But the implications of that, they still want to go on and on and on. They still want to find something to grovel about, even though, look, hey, we'll just avoid you. No. But the implications of avoiding us means that, oh, good Lord. You see, there is no logic. There is no logic there, family. I gave the ultimate solution. We'll just avoid you. No, you can't do that because that's going to imply that we're in, oh my God. So we can't leave you alone now? Now we can't leave you alone? No. First, you want us to leave you alone. That's bad. If we say something to you, that's bad. If we don't say something to you, that's still bad because of the implications. So it's damned if we do, damned if we don't. You see what I'm saying? That's black feminism for you, ladies and gentlemen. Right there in a nutshell. Most of them on Twitter were having that same illogical argument. All of them. See, he didn't have a solution. I kept asking over and over again. I asked Dr. Jason, what's his solution? well, the thing is, if you talk about solutions, and then you got to think about the laws, and then he starts filibustering. Brother, what's the solution? Well, there is no solution in a case like that. So what we talking about? Well, we can bring awareness to it. I'm like, God damn, y'all about the filibustering. I'm cut and dry. I'm so cut and dry. I like solutions because the white folks bring solutions. They're not going to sit up here and just bicker back and forth. Yeah, Dr. Jason was like, wait until the law passes. I'm like, whoa. Wait until the law. No. See, the white supremacists, they don't bicker back and forth. They have 1 or 2 meetings and shit gets done. They don't do all that old bullshitting ass back and forth. They have 2 or 3 meetings and the next thing you know, there's a law in place. Or there's a building or a grant or something built. That's who I'm looking at. I'm looking at them. What's up? Who's called? I've been on here for a long time. Y'all got me on here heavyweight tonight. I've been on here for what? 4 hours, man. Goddamn. What's up? Who's calling?
Hey, what's up, Tariq? This is JD from North Carolina, man. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on with you, Jay?
Nothing much. I got a question for you. Man, I have about had a brain aneurysm listening to that Black Sinners. Holy shit. God damn.
Man, my God. Man. Woo!
And, I asked Brother Jason Black this question on this podcast, but I want to get your answer on this. I said, Jason, do you think that white feminists think black women look at black women as inferior? Because if you study the early history of white feminism, they were really racist towards black women.
Yeah.
And they wanted to exterminate black women and black people and sterilize and exterminate black women. Then black women going to sit back and join that movement. And now they want to say, well, we're different from white feminism. No, you use the same term. White feminists say patriarchy, you use it. White feminists say capitalist, you use it. So y'all just mimicking them, but then y'all want to disband yourselves from the movement. So come on now.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that whole thing where we're not like, no, black feminism and white feminism. Even the term feminism, y'all got it from white women. Patriarchy, y'all weren't using that until the white women started telling y'all that. Black women didn't use no damn patriarchy. All of that stuff they got from the white feminists. This whole street harassment, the only reason they're talking about it is because of the white feminists, and then they deny that they're doing it because of them. So, again, but as you saw, the logic in the woman who called up, it's that deny, deflect, deny, deflect. Every time you bring a point and you prove it, deny, deflect. When you say, hey, look, white feminism never stood with black women against white men. Yes, they have. Prove it. Well, I can't prove it, but it's all over the place, dude. It's illogical.
Jason Black said he said you would.
He said what?
Yeah, Jason Black said you would never see that ever happen. He said white women will never turn against the white male power structure. They just never will.
Absolutely
not.
They
would defend it, but they would never turn against it.
Absolutely not. Yeah, white feminists will never, they've never in the history of America stood with black women against white males. I've asked them to prove it, and they cannot. They say, well, I got a friend who stood. No, I ain't talking about your friend or somebody your mama knew. Prove it. That's something that we can all see, something that can be verified, and they can't prove it. Now, I can prove where the white feminists stood together to throw brothers under the bus, and I pointed out with the Michelle Wallace book when they supported her and a couple of things in the 1960s, but that's the only time white feminists will support black women, and especially with this whole street harassment thing. This is why I say y'all don't look at that as being suspicious. They don't support you in anything else. Now, all of a sudden, they're supporting you with this street harassment thing, and the black feminists choose to ignore that. So, real heavy stuff, fam. But thanks for the call, man.
Nope.
Excuse me, I'm losing my voice talking to y'all tonight. Man. Oh my God. It's been real. Let me get out of here, y'all. I got stuff to do. I've been on here all night. Can I get some music going on for the family? Let me get some music going on for the family so y'all can discuss things among yourself, my family tonight. Let me let y'all discuss some things. We're in here heavy. We're still in here heavy. All right, y'all. Don't forget, look, we're going to be restocked on all the Hidden Colors 3 DVDs this week. I know a lot of people were complaining that the stores and everything are out. A lot of places were, they sold out, but we're going to be restocked this week all over the country. So Go to HiddenColorsFilm.com to get Hidden Colors 3. Y'all like this shirt? Go to TariqElite.com. Get that. And we're going to keep the music going right here on Tariq Elite Radio. Y'all stay tuned. Hold tight. We'll be right back right in about 10 seconds.